All right, we are live. Hey, everybody, welcome back for another episode of Chewin the Fat with Chubby Dudley. And there's already he's going to shit when I tell him there's already a shit ton of people waiting for him. He doesn't believe it. He doesn't even. He wants to know why I want to talk to him. He's like, because you don't even fucking know me. Why does anybody else want to talk to me? Because you are an important piece of the puzzle, my friend. We weren't even friends. We were acquaintances.
Yes.
But let me introduce this guy because I'm so excited for this. Because, as I just said to him, I've learned more about him in the last 2 weeks as we've been texting than I did in 3 years working together because I've learned little tidbits and I didn't want to know a lot until tonight. But this fucking guy was way more hands-on and responsible for a lot of things that I had no idea of. So we're going to learn all about it and everything he's been doing. So let's welcome to the show none other than he was in Tri-State, a very important piece of Tri-State, very important piece of Eastern Championship Wrestling, the one, the only, Mr. Stevie Wonderful.
Yep, that's me.
Come on, give it to us one time.
Come on. Just you saying my name. Isn't that wonderful?
There you go. You know, somebody said to me, and I said, you're absolutely right. Stevie Wonderful was DDP before DDP was.
I've got Savage. True story. In front of a bunch of friends. Oh my God, I'm already going to mention his name. Sully might have been sitting at the table. Savage used to like, yo, and get this mixed up. And like, I became acquaintances with him, but it became because he was looking for DDP one night. Just funny. In front of Sully, they're all laughing, going, oh my God, but he doesn't know who he is.
Oh man. The whole Jay Sully, like everything this show has been doing the last few months as I've been starting to do these interviews and all now has just been amazing because, I mean, it was 30 years ago. And I was a kid then. I mean, we were all kids. But we never really had many interactions, and here's the reason why. And I was just about to tell him before we went live. Because the whole time, all I ever saw you doing was fucking running around.
Yeah.
You were like nonstop running around, just handling like everything. And I never was able to like really sit and talk. And I was always intrigued, especially once I found out that you did all the music for all the boys. I was like, oh shit, he's a musician. I'm like, all right, this is cool. Like, but we never got to talk because Steve was always running around.
And a lot more behind the scenes even. Which, led to everything. But yeah, man, it was we were trying to start a company, Todd, Bob, Larry, myself tried to keep going. Like literally, we were on the phone. What was it, January 18th? That day, we were on the phone with each other. What are we gonna do? Da, 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 da. I don't think maybe we had Todd on the phone yet. And I said, well, we'll call him Monday. And I think we had Bob call him on Monday. And, that's how it is. But you're running, you're trying to run a business. You're trying to start a new company. You want, there's so much to do to your perfection. I used to watch what was going on with Joel and be doing a lot of that at the end with Joel. So it carried over and it just,
All right. Well, let's go back to even further. But before we do that, let's. I have my little tequila here. If you have yours ready, I love.
You got little tequila? What do you got? Little?
Yeah, I got a little fucking cheapo bottle of Juanitos.
Okay, well, so
yeah, you have the good stuff.
I didn't. Well, yeah, I do have the good stuff sitting over here. But what I'm doing is I'm breaking out the one and only Terramana, as we all know. The tequila of The Rock. I found it appropriate as the tequila for this evening of our lives.
And that's exactly what it's going to be, an evening of our lives. Or actually, your life.
Well, we'll see. This skull might die before I do. don't know. Oh man, yeah, and the funny thing is, saying it straight off the top, this is scary in a way because as we'll get to, and I'll let you ask me anything. I haven't talked about a lot of this, and I just want to say thank you to you because you have been very calming to somebody like me who people don't understand. We all say, well, we have anxiety, we have this, and that. We don't understand additional issues,
Sure.
And then reactions of how people react. Just seriously, talking with you the last 2 weeks, dude, is making this possible and enjoyable. I'm saying that before my first drink. That so comfortable. Yes, we weren't hanging out at the bar.
Yeah,
but we were together. We
yeah.
You were late TWA, right?
Yeah.
The school, and then ECW.
Yeah.
So I just want to say that. I just want to say thank you to you for doing this with me because I have, as I stated, some issues that it's hard to deal with and talk about.
Sure.
And,
well,
this is literally the first time.
Well, this will be like a therapy session.
All right.
And I went through 10 years of therapy, so we don't have a couch to sit on, and we have cocktails. So
I've been there. I'm there.
Well, hey, man, to old acquaintances and new friends.
Oh, old times, brother.
Absolutely, brother. To you.
You're going to drink that whole thing at once, did you?
I know. I saw you poured a big ass glass.
Yeah, well,
You'll be like Stetson. Stetson had a tumbler of rum, and he was drinking. He's like, hold on. After the first day, he's like, I got to fill it up, and he fills it up, and he's drinking. And 2 hours in, you can tell he's feeling pretty good. 3 hours in, his ass was kicked, and he was shit-faced.
Well, I bought in the Terramana. I mean, we'll get to what it is. I still have a connection to this tequila company and, the man who wants to interrupt finishing the story.
So, all right. So, okay. Another thing I didn't know, you were, before all the craziness happened, you were in the military.
Yes, sir. That was my life.
Okay. So how long were you in the military for?
What was that?
How long were you in the military for?
I got to stay in almost 10.
Really?
Yeah, I became it's weird. We were the last boot camp, but also the very first co-ed boot camp. And I married a girl out of boot camp. Oh, there's a shock. Put guys and girls in barracks, across. Yeah, people aren't going to hook up and blah, blah, blah. So I ended up marrying a girl and went through boot camp and then had kids, separated. I took the kids.
Okay.
2 of them had some medical issues and I had to go stateside and they said the best thing is, and they gave me some time, but I had to ETS. I had to get out. I was going to be a 30-year kind of guy. Whoa. That was my thing. So I had to leave. It was very sad. It was very, very sad. Just I was very happy to have my kids. Sole custody.
Okay.
But just leaving the life I knew, leaving my brothers, leaving my family. I still had my kids. It's me and 3 kids at the time.
Wow.
And it was me and my 3 oldest daughters. And then came back to the States. Had to go in away party. Guess what? I'm pregnant. I'm stationed at the Pentagon. We get the 4th kid. I kick her back out, because it's 6 weeks.
Okay.
Walter Reed tells me, Sergeant Chewin, time to go. We love you. We're going to ETS you. Good conduct, everything, because I had RCOMs. I had all these GCMDs. But I had to go as a single father. It was not common in the late 80s.
Sure.
And
so it sounds like that was like your dream and goal in life was just to be career military?
Dream and goal of life would have been Johnny Bench, catcher for the Reds, third base being Mike Schmidt, being Dr. J on the Sixers, and Bernie Perront for the Flyers. That was my life goal. Or Peter Frampton or some rock star. You know what I mean? That would have been my life goal. No, I joined the Army out of necessity to have some freedom as an 18-year-old young man. Wow. Without a curfew of 11 o'clock when I'm trying to be in a band and trying to make a living of it, and have made good money for it through high school because my tuition was $600. I had to pay it. We would play the proms. Back then, man, we were getting $35 each, but that was pretty good. You know what I mean? And doing it a lot. So I got out of high school and just had to join the Army. I liked it. My father had been in, but I just said, let me go. Let me go.
That's pretty kind of ballsy because I was kind of the same way, going through high school, playing guitar, wanted to play in a band and doing all that stuff. The last thing I wanted to do would be join the military and have to shave my head.
Sure. Oh my God. Yeah. I had a red beard. I was 18. I had a red beard. It was like, all right. Yeah, that was a scary day. October 5th, 1979, when they shaved our heads. That was the day. I remember the day. Yeah, all good though. I mean, I fell in love with the military. It was who I am. It's how I got my children. It's how I lived my life. It's got me to every step I am, and not like, do the right thing, this and that, please. I fart and smell my own farts. I'm not G.I. Joe. I love the structure. I love the structure, the rock and roll of it, do it, the repetitiveness, I guess. Mm-hmm. Just boom, keep going. Yeah, it was me. It was energy. And I was an 18-year-old older boy. I wasn't a man. So, it was good. Military was great, brother. Loved it.
That's awesome. So, all right. So you end up out of the military, and do you end up back in the Delco area, Philadelphia area, or?
I end up basically up on Frankfurt Avenue.
Okay.
7900 block. I had some businesses up there, a discount printing. I had a wedding store at 7924 Frankfurt Avenue. And it was nice because I wasn't in Delco for the first time in my life and living in PA. I've always been in Delco.
Sure.
Always when I got out. I was born in Philly, but it was just good to be out for a minute, or whatever, however long it was going to be. And then I had the businesses, and just things change. Life changes, and you move on to other businesses and move on to other things. And Joel used to go into those stores. Joel and I used to hang out, which was so nice. Now we're talking about Joel for a second. Just he watched a couple pay-per-views, maybe one, I don't know, but a couple. But a couple pay-per-views. I think a couple pay-per-views up there because I think he was up at Fox Chase.
Okay.
So it was my time at Delco, bro, and it was nice. And then
around what year was this then? Late 80s?
Yeah. Because I went in '79, so I was still in the late reserves from '88 to not '89. So yeah, '88. Somewhere around there.
So when you were in the military, were you still playing music? Were you?
Yeah. So when I got divorced, and actually when I got out of the military, because of my kid's medical issue, we flew right back to Germany.
Okay.
Because the U.S. was different then. Now, if you're a soldier and you get out of the military, that looks great on your resume. They're going to look at you better a job. If you're walking in your dress blues through the mall or something, people look at you with a lot more respect than they did before Desert Storm kicked off.
Okay.
And so they looked at some of the people in the 70s as the Nam era people, and not so pleasantly. And I was none of that, but it didn't help. So we went back to Germany, and I played in a band that I was already in when I had left, Innocent Victim, and it was great. I had already made connections in the wrestling business. I made those connections while I was still in the Army, the first time stationed in Bamberg, Germany.
Okay.
Yeah, first Armored Division.
Okay, so you make connections in the wrestling business. Does that mean that you wanted to get involved in the business? Did you want to be a wrestler or a manager?
No, I didn't know. What I knew I wanted, music had started.
Sure.
I had heard Freebird when the Freebirds was coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Then they went to Bad Street.
Mm-hmm.
The roadies were using Ozzy, I think.
Iron Man, yeah.
Yeah. And Hogan was doing Survivor.
Right.
And then Rick Derringer came in and wrote the Real American thing. I didn't want to be Hulk Hogan or the people I grew up loving, Bruno. Right. The Funks, from what I could see of them, whatever. Loved Japan all through the magazines, obviously.
Sure.
That was the year. Stan Hansen, I probably said Brody. Those guys. What was the question though? What were you saying?
Did you want to be a wrestler or a manager?
No, I didn't. But then it intrigued me to the point where there was a guy named Otto Wantz. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
He actually at one point was the AWA World Heavyweight Champion.
Okay.
He paid to be it. He paid Vern for promotion so he could take it to Austria and show off. Look, hey, the fat man won the belt. So he would, hey, it was business.
What a fucking business, right?
Dude, this is where I first met Vader, though. In 1987.
Okay.
Bull Power, working for Otto. They were only a 4-hour drive from us to go to these shows in Germany to Austria. 4 hours, 4.5. The Autobahn, it's speedless.
Sure.
So you get there pretty fast. And we would go to shows. And then they would come. We did this thing where we were bringing in a couple wrestling matches because on the last Friday, we would have fights.
Okay. And
it was people who had grudges, soldiers who had grudges, and people who just wanted to fight. You put on the gloves, maybe a karate match because that's what we were taught as martial arts back then.
Okay.
Through training, and we'd box. It was great. And then what they would do is then they would put 2 matches on top.
Okay.
Of that. So it's a nice draw for the people, the civilians. They all come in, blah, 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 blah. And they did it always, especially during Oktoberfest, which is like mid-September to the first week in October. Okay. They would run shows outside, chilly as fuck. But I didn't want to be that. I just wanted to be there and involved. And maybe I could run that. I never thought that. So we traded off things. The first music I ever did was for Otto Wantz.
No way.
Oh yeah. I wasn't a secret. No, Otto, because that was the deal. I will give you the music. I will give you the rights. Show me how to kayfabe was still so
sure.
And I wasn't a student or anything like that. First thing he shows me, you'll probably remember this yourself. Let me see if you were warned. Who did you say was your true trainer?
My original true trainer was Larry Winters.
All right.
The handshake?
Fuck that. What was the first time when he had you run the ropes? Did he warn you of anything?
Oh, about falling through the ropes?
Correct.
Yes.
Well, we weren't warned. And that was his little soldiers, because when I first met him and was doing this, I was a soldier. Then I had to come back to the United States because of Walter Reed, my kid's medical problems.
Mm-hmm.
I got out of the Army and then moved back to Germany, and then again hooked up with Otto.
Okay.
And he had a whole promotion. Catch. It was Catch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
And he would go Mexico, Germany, Austria. He would travel all over. And he had some decent names. I can't remember, but he had Vader multiple times.
Okay.
Bull Power. Leon
White.
Yeah. I can't even think who all it was, but he was the guy. He was the Vern Gagne of his little thing. And actually, it wasn't little. He owned it. He owned Austria.
Okay.
Imagine you're the promoter for the country.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he was a little wild. Have you ever seen him? Do you know what he looks like?
I don't remember. I know I've probably seen him, but I don't remember.
He could be chubby cousin Dudley. I mean, and that's just how he was built. Strong, very strong. Built like a beast, but he was just, he wasn't a Gagne. He wasn't going to go 25 minutes.
Right.
And he paid for the belt. Anyway, I don't even know why I'm talking about Otto Vance. Suddenly, who I haven't talked about. No, my cousins, they know. I haven't talked about Otto. That's just crazy. And he's gone. And God bless him. He treated me very, very good. He never hurt me. He was stiff. He was the Billy Robinson type. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Fucking, pardon me, stretch the shit out of you. And I thought I was a tough soldier, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
I was a good soldier. There's a difference.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so then you're back in the States and you have these businesses up on Frankfurt Avenue, and Goodhart starts coming in. Now, did you have any idea who Joel was before you started coming in, or?
Yeah. So one of my friends told me about him on the radio show.
Okay.
So I believe I pestered the radio show maybe just to get him to reach out to me or something. And I think he did. I think that's how we did it, because I wanted to do his music for the radio show.
Okay.
He had the radio show, and we met shortly after that, and he told me, "Oh yeah, man, it's horrible. Like I didn't even have a say in it, and this and that." And I go, "Man, I would be honored, dude, to write this for you, because it would help me and my band." And he's like, "What band do you play?" And I said, "It's the band Stranger." Where do you play? And I said, "Hey, if you could ever push it, I know you do, some plugs at the end of the day. If you could ever, do a plug, wow, that'd be amazing." And I think he was doing a plug, and next thing you know, TWA's going as well, and he wants to do some merchandise. And I had been to the first show. I think I was just with my friend. I was with. I think I was with Idol. I think I was hanging out with Idol. He was. I don't know if I had a business partner, if they were doing the merchandise table. I don't remember. It was the first show. I think that's the first show Paulie was at.
Okay.
It'll come back here. It'll come back to me.
There you go. There you go.
A little bit more of this right now, just to make sure that I'm staying on track here. Yeah. So I went to. I was up in Philly. So I think that's he would just start coming in because we would discuss merchandise.
Gotcha.
And just how I could help him.
Okay.
I didn't know how I could help him, but I'd figure it out before the time he got to his apartment to my store. I'd have a list of things how I could help him.
Right.
And that one sounds good. The other one, it sucks. The other one sounds good. So Joe was running his own show, and it was just I was a hanger on, a nut hug, not a nut hug. I was the opposite of a nut hugger. I didn't want to be perceived as a hanger on.
Yeah.
But I was jealous of this guy. I mean, I loved wrestling since I was a child. and I mean, loved it. It's my favorite sport to this day. You call it that. I cheers.
Drink up, brother.
Yeah. No, something's. Why don't you ask a question? Find a question, and I'll find a way to how to answer.
Okay. So when you hook up with Goodhart, you end up you do the music for the show, for the radio show.
I did do the music for the radio show, and he seemed very, very happy when he did it. He was running his shows, and he had a guy that was doing the music at the table. His name was Ronnie D. And I said to Joel, I want to do the music for the guys, because we were already in discussion about filming the big shows and getting them out.
Okay.
Me, as a music guy who was still playing original music, knew that he could get in trouble even back then using other people's music. Like that didn't just happen with Vince, and you know, the fines might have been smaller or whatever, of course, but you know, and I pitched him that, and it was the truth, and he had me start writing music for everybody, which I was in love with. You
know, honestly, like I remember, like the first independent wrestling show I went to was Autumn Armageddon 90 at Civic Center, and it was 2 days before I started wrestling school for Joel. And you know, like when the guys would come out, the TWA guys, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty fucking impressive. They have their own music. Like, you know what I mean? Like that kind of, like, to me as the outsider at that time looking in, I was like, that's like so professional. And like, to me, it made them stand above and beyond already on their own.
That. Thank you for that. Joel said sentiments like that back in the day as well, and I appreciated that very much. You know, it was, is this what I want to do with music, or you know, is this what? No, because I'm not going to be able to make a living like this.
Yeah,
doing this like this. But it's great, and it gets my music out.
Sure.
You know, we were getting little blips here and there, showing up at shows. But Joe, then we started playing Pulsations.
Okay.
And Joe will be promoting us at Pulsations. And again, all original music. So then we were having a couple people showing up, going, "Oh man, I love that song." And it'd be funny. They'd be saying, "Can you play the DC Drake song?" And the song was called "You." And can you play that song? It's really, really long. I go, "It's really, really long, dude." And they would play it like they all had names and whatnot. And I don't even know. I'm in the studio. Some of them are probably over there. It's but I love that. I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Did I approach Joel about? You know, whether you're going to ask this or not, about working at all. One day, Larry is in the store. It's me, Joel, Larry, and my partner. And Larry goes, "He'd be a great manager."
Yeah.
Joel goes, "He's too big."
Yeah.
I go, and I just shrug it off. I was a little hurt because behind Joel's back, to a degree, I mean, I was funding him, and I would never have not funding him. That's not no. I with merchandise.
Yeah.
I was buying merchandise that we were selling and splitting, and I was going to the school, mostly with that we talked about the name earlier.
Yeah.
If it's allowed to be said, you know, I knew Rebel for years.
Yeah.
So Rebel, sometimes it'd be Rebel and my son, and Rebel and his nephew. We'd be the last ones in there. You know, Steph had painted. the mural on the wall
Yeah.
in the gym.
Well, that's who got me in was Rebel. Rebel worked with my brother-in-law they worked for Haverford Township Trash together. And that's how I found out about TWA and everything. And I went and met Rebel, and he got me my tryout with Joel.
Nice. He's got 2 kids, so he's done some things right in his life.
Yeah.
Or, as whatever short it was. But yeah, Steph, in that mural, I just thinking of her just suddenly. Hadn't thought of her in a while. But Rebel and I, I was always going to the school just learning because I knew how to take bumps so much, whatnot, but how to throw a really good work punch. Just you had to do it repetitively.
Sure.
So we would fuck around in the school late when there were people, no one was there, and I forget who all had the keys, or if it was 24/7. I don't remember because that's when I was on Frankfurt Avenue.
Right.
Is when the school was down the street or not not right down the street. But yeah, and then so I never said to Joel, "Hey, I've worked some matches. I suck, but why don't you watch me in the ring in the school and see what you want to do, if anything?"
Sure.
Worst case scenario, a lot of my friends will show up. You know what I mean? Like,
now I'm surprised he didn't hop on that.
Yeah, well, I didn't though. But that's what I'm saying. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I never asked him once.
Right.
After the comment about that I was too big to be a manager, and Larry kind of was like taken back. It was all good. It was all good. I was hustling, man. I remember how this story started. I have 4 kids, and single father trying to pay those bills.
Sure.
I love Joel, but Joel wasn't paying my light bill or my water bill or anything like that.
Right.
We weren't doing it for bills.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
So you were the one that did you design the merchandise then? And for TWA, we're sticking with that right now.
We had TWA, we had gym bags.
Okay.
One of the things that we had, I think he had bought, or maybe I did, or maybe he told me to. We bought a bunch of tapes from Victor Quinones.
Okay.
All kinds of Puerto Rico type stuff. Blood, guts, and glory type stuff. That the hardcore fan, like you get it in the hand of a Rob Feinstein, and he gets it mass marketed out there back then.
Right.
Is he around? I'm just curious.
Oh my God, yeah. We'll talk about that.
Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that one off air.
I have something about him actually on air through WC when I worked for WCW, but that's all right. We'll get there.
Okay.
What were we just saying about
the merchandise, the VHS tapes?
Joel had some tapes. Oh my God! I want to say that they were. I think the main things of them were Larry and DC, and then we might have had another Tony and Johnny, but I don't think they were really started till the first Temple show.
Right.
I think.
Yeah.
Did they ever work before the first Temple show?
I think that's what started it, was the Temple show.
And then they were coming back with Strongbow or Steamboat? Strongbow.
Strongbow.
And then I remember this perfectly. On the radio, they shit all over it.
Yes.
The next week.
Yeah.
Like The Rock and the whole which is given away, do I follow the current product? Like the whole finishing the story of The Rock coming back, but at least they changed midstream.
Yeah.
Doing what'll make money, I hope, for them and Philadelphia businesses. Chew the fat, man. What you got?
All right. So
now I'm ready. I'm kind of like, okay.
All right.
I'm doing this now.
So you were the one that you designed the TWA logo. Because I remember.
Yeah.
I remember
the shirts.
Yeah.
We did
With
shirts.
the guy in the corner of the ring.
What was in the corner of the ring?
He was like the guy was in the corner of the ring, right? Like I remember like his hands out like this.
Oh,
like
I had to look at it. Yeah. Oh, because I have them.
Yeah.
My grandkids might have had them now. I had for the longest time because I'm a romantic. I held out hope. And one of the things that I held out hope for was this box of merchandise that sat in the corner of my basement at my home.
Okay.
And I just thought maybe someday we'll have a get together, a figure something out kind of thing. And I can say, Joel, hey, look at this stuff and, look at this and, put it on eBay if we need to make money or, I was loyal to the fault where I needed the space in my house, but couldn't bear to part with it because of the memories. Not the money. Money was already spent. Yeah. You know what I mean? Could I have sold it? Would it have been a collect? I don't know. But I'm not the kind of guy that's going to package anything up. So I'm going to throw it in the trash. It's just easier. I hate to say it like that. Really, I don't mean it to sound like that, but I also have the very first ECW signs from February 25th. The printing with the headline.
Right.
At the bottom, it says ECW printing, and it had my home phone number on it. It's like my business when we started this company. Literally, I left my business partner and the business just as we were starting this company. Like, I went from rocking and rolling to being homeless at the start of ECW.
Okay.
With 4 children, and 2 of them with a medical problem.
This is going to get deep. Okay. All right. So let's. So Tri-State goes on. Starts blowing up. Things are looking amazing. And then
probably not in Joel's bank account, but
not in Joel's bank. He actually the other night he told us that in the 2 years that he went full time with it to try to make a go of it, he lost $168,000
in the 2 years. So I contributed to that. I had I need to talk to him just to confess my sins, because for me to get past some things, I heard that he was mad at me. The very last show, the Civic Center show, September. What was it called?
Autumn Armageddon.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I believe I got the tapes, the audio tape, the videotapes.
Okay.
After they came back, because we sent them out to be mastered.
Okay.
I don't know why. He didn't quite trust me enough at that point yet.
Mm-hmm.
So we sent them out. No problem. It comes back. January 18th was the radio show, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. So on the 17th, I'm sure, I don't know who Joe told. I knew the 17th. I think it was actually from the building.
From the Civic Center.
Yeah, because of the sound. Because I had done some new redubs, some remixes.
Okay.
Specifically to the Civic Center.
Okay.
And the sound guy and I had gotten to be friends.
Okay.
I think his name was Ed. And doing that, and so I think he goes, "Oh, hey, I hear there's we're off." Like, what? I'm like, what? Call Joel. Nothing. If I called Joel on a Friday night, Joel would either call me back, because I wouldn't call Joel. I wouldn't bother him.
Yeah.
I hope, and I haven't watched his. I'm so excited to watch. I hope, and I don't want to know yet. I was so excited to do anything for him because I just loved his goal, and I felt he had energy. I didn't know if he had the wherewithal financially.
Yeah.
But it wasn't my place to ask.
Sure.
So I didn't ask for money. What I did out of respect and out of hope that I would get back into a locker room somehow, because I wanted to be in there. Just I wanted to belong. There we go.
Okay.
Ooh, all right. There we go. Ready? I'm doing my first shot right now.
Come on, man.
Notice it's a Don Julio 1942. Yeah. So my deal was, brother, being adopted and then having to get out of the Army, not by my choice.
Sure.
Really affected me, and I didn't know what that meant. I just thought, man, I have bad luck.
Right.
Man, I cry a lot for a dude.
You were kind of looking at this almost like a new family situation with something that you loved, and you wanted to be a part of it and belong and be part of the family.
That's it. I mean, I didn't want to overstep my bounds. Right. I didn't want Joel to know that, I can already bump.
Right.
My offense sucks, as a lot of people go, because I didn't want to interrupt this flow. And where was it going to get me? All right, well, I want to see you in the school 4 hours a day, 3 days a week, or whatever, right? I'm hustling those other days, trying to make money. I'm trying to fill in guitar for Joe, trying to fill in bass for Bill, trying to just do whatever I can in the musician community as well, plus my own business of printing.
Right.
And I wanted it, but I mean, I had driven down when I was in the Army. When I started to meet the guys in Memphis, and this is part of the ECW story, honestly. We were in Fort Benning, Georgia, and we would go to Memphis. We would drive. It was nothing. And they thought it was so cool. A bunch of soldiers coming in, and they were running every Monday night.
Yeah.
It was amazing. So we got it with our squad sergeant that, hey, here's our schedule. We were back late Tuesday morning, but we didn't have to be present until like 6 a.m.
Right.
But we would go down every Monday night and then leave. We met Jarrett. We met Eddie. I met Paul down there. I met I met Kevin Lawler there. And let's remember that name when we get to ECW.
Yes. It's good. You mean Freddie Gilbert? Kevin Christian? Multiple names?
Yeah. You're making me drink this one now.
Oh, man.
That's a sipping tequila, though.
So, all right. So, Joel ends up on the 18th on the radio show, makes his a big announcement. Did you listen to the show that morning, or?
Of course. And then immediately we gathered at the Marriott that night. You give some names.
Now this is where I get hazy, because when it happened that morning, I was a fucking basket case, because I had been in the wrestling school for a year and a half, and I just was given my date to debut. Was actually, I think, Valentine's Day, the February 14th, 92 at the FOP Hall. And I had my tickets. I was already selling tickets. And, the announcement comes and I'm like, what the fuck am I going to do now? But I see, for some reason, I kept thinking all these years that we all got together that night at the Springfield skating rink. But correct me, please. Maybe it was a week or two later. It was all I remember, it was definitely a Saturday.
I don't remember. And the odd thing was, there might have been a chance that Bob would have asked me to DJ, which is a funny story because I did hear one thing about Joel Goodhart.
Okay.
Saying that I was a horrible DJ. I need to say, Joel, if you ever watch this, I'm not a DJ. I've never DJ'd. I don't know how to DJ and have no interest. But thanks. Sully told me that. I go, I go, I don't want to know what was said. He goes, I know you didn't watch mine. I said, no.
So in other words, Truitt is not going to be doing the DJing on Joel's next TWA show.
Who's not going to do it?
You.
What next TWA show?
Whatever one he's cooking up in his head.
Dude, I'd be the DJ. I'd be whatever. I'd be whatever he wants.
I was texting with him. I think it was last night, and I was like, "You're a crazy bastard. You really are."
So I looked at the front of Johnny's. I watched the first second or two of Johnny's.
Okay.
First ECW champion. Sorry, Johnny. No, that was Jimmy Snuka on April 25th. But we'll fix that. Be a historian.
Okay.
I saw Tony.
Yes.
They both look great. Look great. I saw, and again, I just wanted to watch to see, like, who won, like the battle of the ages of all of us. I saw Sully.
Sully looks amazing. Looks exactly the same.
I now have like video of Sully. Sully stopped in to La Roca yesterday. I wasn't there, but I have him on camera now. Yes, AI is going to have him stealing and. Funny.
I hear we're going to have like a little get together of reading Todd is God and compare notes.
Is that so? How long are you allowed to go on for? I know you have to go away.
As long as you want.
Oh no, but like if you want to know some stuff, I mean, I know where bodies are buried. I just don't. I just. There's a couple of shovels that are still dirty.
All right. Well, let's. All right. So talk about you guys get together to start cooking up the idea of something new.
All right. Look back at my notes. So we all get together. Kathy Fitz, Kathy Donahoe.
Actually, Kathy Fitz says hello. She messaged me 3 times today to say hello to you.
Love her. I was hoping that, however this thing works, she would be here because I want to let her know what a massive part of my life she is. The last WWF show I ever went to would be March 20th with her. And we were hanging out with Sherry because I had become friends with Sherry. She's great friends with Sherry.
Yeah.
And it was just the 3 of us hanging out before the show. And Hogan pinned Piper in a tag match.
Actually, they did a Dark Side of the Ring on Sherry, and they interviewed Kathy. Kathy's going to be on that.
Nice.
Yeah.
She should be. Was she mentioned in the Hall of Fame?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see it because I hung out with Sherry a couple of times, alone, other people, and I hung out with Sherry, and I knew how she talked about Fitz, and then I hung out with Sherry with Fitz, and it was like just the exact same, that great bond, great friendship, and I was loving it. And Sherry, March 20th was Sean was just starting to break free, and I don't know if he was working with her yet or not, but the eyes were blinking like
Josen always just said, Gigolo Joe said Kathy was at the Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Was she mentioned?
And Sherry acknowledged her.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
How cool is that, man? How cool is that?
Yeah.
I mean, there's people talk about Mount Rushmores and shit. Let me give you one of my Mount Rushmores. Can I do that?
course.
Here's one of my Mount Rushmores. I got to think about it. 4 of them.
Okay.
I know I'll leave someone out, and I apologize.
Mount Rushmore of what?
Of why we are here.
Okay. All right. Talk to me. I like it.
In no particular order. Okay.
Okay.
I'm not trying to slight anybody. Kathy Fitz, the McGee brothers, John Bailey. Those 4, when we transitioned from TWA into Bob and Larry and God doing what we were doing, we knew that people could reach out to them at any point. What are they doing? Is this going to be okay? You know, is there going to be shows? Are they talking? You know, I know Larry doesn't want it to end. I know Bob is invested. You know, I know Steven owns the merchandise. You know, and it didn't. So we all just friends met. Some of the names I met: Sully, Rick, just a bunch of people. Probably Larry Glone, Jimmy Vallow, just a bunch of people that we met that night, hanging out, assuring them. Me and Bob, because me and Bob were on the phone the most that day. Bob and I burned up the lines to each other.
Okay.
We might have had an evening call to talk.
See, this is where I had to get in touch with Bob. I haven't talked to Bob in a minute, and I could swear, like, we got a call to be at the Springfield skating rink, and I could have swore it was that night, and it was kind of just like Bob calling us together, the boys, and maybe 7 or 8 of us had showed up, whatever it was, maybe 10, and it was just like, hey, just to give you a heads up, we're not dead in the water. Joel's out. Joel's done. No more Joel. No more Tri-State Wrestling Alliance. We're going to restart. It's now going to be called Eastern Championship Wrestling.
No. So no.
Okay.
There you go. Because those 3 letters had not been created yet.
Okay.
Let me ask. I do need to ask a question, and
fire away.
I know we're going to get to that book. Did Todd create the letters ECW? This is the first time I've ever asked anybody.
I honestly don't know. I could have swore the first time I was told was at the Springfield skating rink.
No.
By Bob.
No. So I looked back. I told you I took notes, but I needed to. Yeah. Even Rain Man needs to refresh. So we went down to Todd's office on Thursday.
Okay.
And
now this is the Thursday after Joel made the Okay.
Larry and I drove together.
Okay.
Because he was up at the soda factory, and Bob was coming from Delco, which is where kind of where one of my houses is. Okay. And we met at Todd's. Okay. And we said, this is what we want to do. Blah 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 blah. God damn it! I guarantee I'm not going to yell. I'm not going to. Am I allowed to get?
You can curse. Yeah, come on. I've been cursing the whole fucking time.
Guarantee. This is the truth. When I say something, it's on my dog. You know it's true. If I say it's on my kids, my family, I love them, but not. I'm not going to mess with my dog's life. The letters ECW were created on 9/95 on that Thursday.
Okay.
And the letters were extreme. I was Eastern, excuse me. Okay. It was the dumbest thing I ever said. And I had a couple other options that I had written down, and I hit them with Larry. He liked 2. And I forget what the other one was. It's in one of those notebooks.
Okay.
And we went to Todd, and we said, this is what we want to do. We can cover this. Larry can book. Bob's got the belts. We can maybe change the belts with the facing of them because we had the belts.
Yeah.
We had the physical belts. So we could change the facing of them or whatever we can do. I have merchandise ends. I can figure stuff like this out, and that out. And then I go, well, this is the time that let me take another step. So, well, I would like to be able to work with Larry as his assistant I won't say a fucking word unless somebody asks me something. I just want to be able to follow and be in on what's going on so that I can understand. And it was kind of good that I did, even though it didn't really happen very well, because ultimately when I got asked to do TV, which we'll get to, how the fuck do you do TV when almost when you don't know what's going to happen and then they screw up the finish anyway, and you're going, all right, everybody, how about that? Look at them Phillies. Shit. You know, it was different.
But at that point in time, can you kind of think about yourself for a second? Because you were just saying, you just wanted to be a part of something and fit in, and you were starting to feel like this could be like a new family for you. And then 1 second, Joel pulls the fucking bottom out from everybody, and down the toilet we all go. And then a few days later, you're now involved in the fucking whole startup of something new.
Oh, well, let's get. This is what I'm going to finish that shot. Let's get to the ownership of ECW.
Okay, I'm gonna. You got me getting ready to do another shot.
Have you read the book?
I have not. Jay Sully has been texting me every day this week, begging and pleading with me to read this book because all he keeps saying is, I can't believe the stories that Todd told, and I need somebody to discuss this stuff with that was there.
I have a feeling he needs his soul cleansed. Yeah, he's pretty disgusted.
Yeah.
He's horrified for Todd's wife, most importantly his children. Now Jay's a father.
Yeah.
And admitting that stuff. I don't know it all yet, but I've heard from multiple people, and some of them believe Todd is God. I don't know where that came from, but
you don't know the story?
People who compare him to Vince right now. Like they're comparing what he did to Vince, and I don't know what Todd did.
Do you mean the sexual allegations? Do you mean the sexual allegations?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't know what Todd could have done. Well, yeah, I didn't know Todd that way. We weren't the type that we were going to kiss and tell.
Well, the best way to put it was, when I was there in Eastern Championship Wrestling, those early days.
Yeah.
Todd to me was a businessman, pure businessman, and green to the business, and not really, kind of squeaky clean. When I got my walking papers, during the Gilbert days, and then I came back a year and a half later under Paulie as a Dudley, that Todd from a year and a half ago was no longer there. It was a completely different person that was, a party animal. And yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Completely different person.
Really?
Yeah.
So at what point did the whatever divorce happen during the run?
That part I don't know. That I don't know. But he went wild. He did go wild.
He was.
But at that time,
everybody going wild. But he was going wild before. I just think it was probably more discreet.
Yeah.
I mean, really. Gotta be.
It's gonna be an interesting book. See, now I have to get this fucking book.
So Sully dropped off a copy to me.
Right.
I'm going to read it. I said I wanted to do this. I was going to, just...
We should do a book club meeting.
So tell me, where did Todd is God come from?
There's a story. Well, it's not. To me, it's a story because I wasn't there. But supposedly, him has to do with him, Too Cold Scorpio, a rat, and cocaine.
All right. Hey, kids, let me tell you about this. It's to each their own, brother. I lived a fun life. I'm no angel. But I don't know that I would want to be publicizing. Maybe he's not close to his kids, or
yeah, I don't know.
How about Joel? Has Joel had contact with him? I'll ask that. Did you ask Joel? Joel's in contact with him?
Joel has not had contact with him.
No.
Huh. But I think either I told you or Jay told you, Joel would be interested in promoting a show with him and calling it Go Wrestling.
Wait, what?
Gordon Goodhart Wrestling. Go Wrestling.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
I don't think those two could.
You know what? Honestly. So here you go. You get paid $5 and you're going to do whatever you're going to do and you're going to work at Joel's show. You're going to get paid $200 and you're going to do whatever you're going to do at Todd's show. What show are you going to work?
Well, you're going to work Todd's show.
I feel a weird way about Joel, in a good, in an honoring manner. I just think he tried so hard. He had such good intentions. You can look back at his business model. I think he could have run those shows without paying Lawler and Idol and Curry and
he agrees.
He well, you said he lost 168. You said
$68,000. Yeah.
Wow. 2 years.
2 years.
Whew. Whew.
Yeah. That's a lot of freaking money.
That's a lot of money.
And that was 30 years ago.
And I used to remember what the Civic Center used to cost. I used to know what Michael Jackson cost. That was kind of expensive, I think.
How much did they cost? Do you remember?
I thought the Civic Center, and I don't want to. This is one of the things I don't know. I thought it was in the threes, 33, okay. 36, 39,
okay,
something like that. Because then,
which actually is not. I mean, for that time, yeah, it's a little high, but I mean, it was the fucking Civic Center. It's not that bad in reality.
No, you had the sports, you had, South Street area.
Yeah.
The stadiums. And then you had that.
Yeah.
It was fine. NWA, especially when they would run same nights, same weekends, trying to fill it up. It was a nice arena. Joel did a nice job. Yeah. I think he could have done, if we had done things a little bit differently, like if there would have been a chance, I could have gotten in his ear without offending him, and just said, "Hey, why don't you let me go do some of this marketing this way and that way, and make sure that we're really touching the neighborhoods that can come out, that can afford to come out, that can get transportation to come out."
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because that was part of the things that they were looking at. They expected everyone to walk, and where some of the distance places had to walk a great distance just to get to SEPTA.
Yeah.
It's just business, and Joel had so much on his plate. And I'm sure he was doing some of that, and and he's such a smart guy. And I started to say it earlier. I saw the snippet of him. He looks effing amazing. Dude, 71, right? Yeah, amazing.
And the health stuff he's gone through, he looks fucking amazing.
Yeah, amazing. So happy and proud of him.
Yeah,
amazing.
absolutely.
I was honestly anticipating looking in and then absolutely canceling you, going, "Oh, that's the last thing they want. Is my big loud dumbass after Joel being articulate and oh well, here's what I did. And then you get me going, yo.
So all right, so the meeting happens for ECW.
Yeah. So we agree. Partners. Okay.
So there was actual partners then in the original ECW. It wasn't just Todd.
It better be in the book. I'm telling you. So this is part of my catharsis tonight. Larry, Bob, and I owned 16.3% each. Okay.
Okay.
We joked about it constantly because the deal was to get the license.
Right.
Was $10,000.
Yeah, you need the bond. Yeah.
And where am I? That's right. I'm homeless almost with 4 kids. You know what I mean? Where's Bob? Oh, he's got these 2 stupid tag team balls sitting in his living room like he's not going to get $10,000 for. So Todd and Larry's got 10 Coca-Cola cans. So that was our money. Todd goes, all right, I'll pay for it. And it's done. Let me clear my throat. It cost $400.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
We would have all come up with $100. We were led to believe it was $10,000, and that's why we did.
You need a $10,000 bond to get a Pennsylvania promoter's license. You only needed that. Put a few $100 down to get the bond. Yeah.
We didn't know.
But you need the big key was you need to put a house up as collateral. That was the key.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I don't know that Bob would have. I don't. Again, you shut it down. If you think there's problems, you think there's health issues, you think there are people not taking care of each other, you shut it down because that's where the license comes in to hurt you.
Yeah.
Is the insurance part. So yeah, we were 4-way partners. Swear on my dog. Like if Todd was sitting here, I would ask him to his face, weren't we 4-way partners? I know Bob is loyal to Todd. He might be brainwashed that. I don't know. Bob might just be like, dude, I'm just happy to be in the business. And Larry's not here, sadly, to discuss it. Yeah. Not long after we had that meeting, before the very first show, February 25th, we got these jackets. Eastern Championship Wrestling. There was 5 of them.
Okay. Bob
and Lex, me and Todd, and Larry.
Okay.
Right? Like Bob didn't get his wife one. It was the 5 of us, and it was us, and everyone knew. And the very first show, were you there?
Yeah, of course.
So here it is. I mean, I'll pull the old videotape. The TWA music starts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, first of all, here's a little trivia question that I guarantee no one knows. What former WWE superstar tried to enter the building through the front door, but was denied due to age?
Wow. Ooh.
And we used to see how Joel used to run the front box office.
Yeah.
We had Kathy Donahoe in there running the box.
Yeah.
I was, even though I was going to work the show, yada, yada, I was out running, making sure all that was going okay because we had all these new people, just making sure. Tammy Sitch or Fitch, whatever her real name was.
Oh.
And the bar goes, oh, no, she's too young. Now, mind you, I had my 4 kids there with my future mother-in-law.
Right.
So you're allowed in there in the audience, not near the bar.
Right.
They kicked Tammy out at the door.
Well, they knew about her already.
Of course. So the very first show starts. We discuss who's going to come up the stairs. Is it going to be the 4 of us? We figured out, nah, Larry, don't come up. You're a worker. Let them know, they're going to know, but you're a worker. They know that you're the booker.
Mm-hmm.
So me, Bob, and Todd start playing the old TWA music, which is mine.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden they go, cut that shit off. Mike cuts it off and starts playing this music, which honestly was intended for Cactus Jack ultimately. And I go, there's a new sheriff in town. They kick in the new music. And then whatever, how that song goes. And then we came up the stairs into the ring. Todd, he rang announced that Civic Center, but people didn't really know him.
The funny thing is, like, I remember at the Civic Center, he would ring announce like one match or two matches, and he had like this like squeaky, awkward voice, and I was like, "Who is this guy?"
He had some type of investment. It wasn't big. It was under 20 grand, I believe, with Joel. Probably closer to 15, 12.
I think Joel said it was 15.
Yeah. But more of it was like sponsoring of the radio show.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much TWA because we could
Which he was paying a fortune for. He said last week, I didn't realize he was paying that much. I mean, he was paying, and again, it was 30 years ago. He was paying $750 a week.
I thought it was $6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. $750, yeah. I mean, and getting the sponsors.
Yeah.
For a wrestling show on a Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Not the easiest thing to do.
7 a.m. or whatever it was, 7 or 8 a.m.
Yeah. Yeah. And it wasn't the radio show that was putting him out, but he needed the radio show to sustain, the house. And you need, the radio to talk about the house, and then the house.
Yeah.
You need that then to come back to the radio and exploit that monetarily somehow.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Which was merchandise. Hey, now we're going to have this, and that. Remember, there was no internet yet. There was no emails or, nothing like that.
No cell phone. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was just straight calling. And
so was your very first initial meeting then with Todd? You didn't know Todd really before?
I did Todd at every show. So, no, one of my production companies, Star Studio Productions, worked for Joel.
Right.
They did. They would walk some of the guys to the ring.
Okay.
When there was smoke, for some of the boys, and then flash pods for some.
Right.
They were like like third assistant to the ring crew when we did the crazy shit with cages and the barbed wire. But that was Mike and Russell and all those guys. They were all involved in all of that as well. Okay. It would be Mike up on the stage on those nights, actually doing the music. Actually, it would be their guy, the Civic Center guy. So he goes, he said your music cornet would come out. I said, what's he talking about? I don't even know what he's talking about. I can't wait to listen to Joel.
So, all right. So ECW starts. Now something I remember early on, was it discussed? I guess, was it discussed even in the initial meeting? Todd wanted to go in a different direction and wanted to try to distance himself from Goodhart and didn't want it to be the same product and wanted more of a WWF at the time product.
That is what he did claim that day.
Right.
But as the weeks wore on, I feel he lost sense of that or whatever about turning it down. But you think about when we first started, who was it? It was did we do the painting? Whose back did we paint on the 26th?
JT.
Yeah. So right off the bat, man, like we put the belt on Jimmy the one night, and the next day we're going to put the belt on Johnny, and we're painting JT's back yellow.
Yeah.
I don't know where. I liked what we were doing with Joel to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
You needed to give them JT Smith, Jimmy Jannetty. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, they wanted Hot Body Stetson.
Right.
They wanted Drake Winners.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They wanted both.
Yeah.
We were Philadelphia fans. We were. It was in the 80s, probably the late 80s. I think is when we started booing the heels.
Mm.
You know what I mean? We were the first one in the nation, I believe.
Even earlier than that, because I remember
it?
being mid 80s, around 86, 87. I remember being at NWA shows. And,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking is around
Yeah.
87 possibly.
Yeah.
And we became the heel town.
Yeah.
Because we love the Horsemen.
Yeah.
We love the
Midnight
Midnights.
Express. Yeah.
Flair.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we started that. We went down, did the meetings, talked. We were Bob and I don't think Larry was on the phone as much with us, but Bob and Larry and me, or Bob and Todd and me and Todd and me and Bob on the phone just constantly. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. What do you think about this? All right, 2 ideas, blah, 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 blah. And it wasn't about just booking matches.
Yeah.
It was about the approach
Sure.
of how we're going to do this. Like I had the mailing lists. And I think Bob had a separate mailing list.
Okay.
So that is how we were going to get the word out. Because now we had no radio show.
Right.
No internet. I knew Dave Meltzer to the point I'd gotten drunk with got really drunk with Flair one night at John Arezzi's convention.
Okay.
And I was bullshitting between the two of them. I literally was, come on, you two need to kiss and make up. And I was like just all over it. And it was funny. And he actually stayed friends with me. And I thought, maybe we could get the word out through him. But it's going to be the time. We wanted to run on the 25th.
Okay.
Todd knew who he wanted as the champion. We knew who we could not do as the champion. At that point, anyway.
Yeah.
So we just figured it out. Flew with who did we bring? Ivan. And Ivan was so thrilled to do the job to Tony on our very first show. Like, I believe he told Todd. Todd walks over to me and goes, Ivan wants to do the job. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like, that's so cool. It's like, maybe we get him color and then we come back and, do a chain match. And, and I think that's what we did. So it changed because think about that match. It was going to be Tony against Ivan.
Mm-hmm.
Did the second match need a chain already? That kind of was Joel. And if you wanted to be away from Joel, that was the same as what Joel would have done.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, you're right.
And I liked it. I liked it, but it just isn't what you said that you wanted to do.
Yeah.
And when we walked in that ring that very first night, this is this to me is a stickler. When we walked into the ring that very first night, and I walked up those stairs, and I said, "There's a new sheriff in town." I kind of felt guilty, but I was happy. I was working. We were going to have a promotion. Suddenly, I'm popular. Like I'm not a guy who pays attention to whether I'm popular or not because I'm too busy doing stuff. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, oh wow, people are so happy with me. They like me. Like, I got all these guys coming up to me. Hey, oh man, I can't wait to see what ECW is going to be like. Da da da. So we get into that ring. I come up the stairs, like get in that ring, and I cut that promo. And the very first thing I say is, we're not going to be bringing some of the old stars, something like that. And I mentioned that I'm going to be bringing in my friend, my good buddy, Eddie Gilbert. That was a shoot. Todd didn't even know who the fuck he was. Pardon my French, and I want to say it like that. He didn't know who the fuck Eddie Gilbert was at that moment. Well, maybe in his little wrestling magazines, and I'm not trying to laugh. But straight up, Eddie and I had been friends for years. I met him in Memphis as a real younger dude. I was a soldier, and they loved us, just what we did. And they kayfabe to us the whole time, which was fine, totally fine. Little Bill Dundee, he was so nice. They were just cool that the soldiers would drive down there. So, and then I met him back in Joel with Joel, and then one day I had him and what's her name in the back of the car, Wendy, and not Wendy, she's Medusa. Okay. And we're doing a TWA show. I think that's the show she cuts Luna's hair. And that's the show that they start hooking up on and they get married at. Or they don't get married at the show, but they weren't a thing before they got to Philly. They were a thing when I dropped them off at Joel's show. Like they went in, I was there the whole time. I wasn't noticing the spark. Like I'm just sitting there chilling, doing whatever. Not on my phone because there's no phone. Yeah. And Joel's just doing his thing and I'm listening because I was at the show quite often just because I had done the music and, Joel knew I was studio suave or whatever you want to say. So just funny. And then Eddie would stay at my house at times up at Frankfurt Ave, 7912. And come up and play video games with my kids. And he was on a WCW game, and I still have it somewhere. I think it was Super Nintendo. And he's like signing, he goes, "You want me to sign the other guys too? Like, will your son know I'm like, no, stupid. If you just sign it as you, and if he ever likes you," and he goes, "If he ever likes me," I go, "Yeah, like, he likes wrestling so far. A lot of what you've been doing, you were in Global and, a lot of Fire and so Eddie, like we talked, like I could talk to him, yeah, and we would hang out for not all night, but late into the night, and it was great, especially when he worked with Mick, the 3 shows. Yeah, man, because that whole set of matches, that whole feud they did was fucking iconic. Colette, Nick's now wife. Set up with my father up on the stage where the music was, with Mike, my guy, telling him, "Put that song on now," to the Civic Center guy. So Colette and my father became friends, and Mick and I had already been friendly, so Mick and I became friends. Okay. And he wanted me to do his music and da-da-da-da-da. And then I was working on it, and then Joel split. We're doing ECW. I'm hustling. I'm starting to work a new job that Scotty Bigelow helped me get through a bail bondsman. And I'm trying to make money. I'm like, do I want to go be a bail bondsman? Do I want to wrestle and get paid $50 for, 6-7 bumps and, a couple scrapes? I got bills to pay for the kids. That was always my answer, dude. Right. No matter what I wanted to do, I had to do what I wanted to do because I had to feed them. Even if I was taking less money, that was my motivation to keep going and do more. You know what I mean? Like, I would have working for Joel if they needed me a night. I would have done. He might have given me something if it's a nice house, and if not, I could have been in Baltimore, getting my own catch, right, having my own little match, and then getting paid. So it was, it was cool. It kind of sounds like, all right. So, well, let me ask you this. Before we get into the whole Gilbert era,
TV was like a vital thing because I remember, early on, the whole time in Tri-State, there was never mention of even an attempt for TV.
I don't
Early on, it was like instantly talking about TV, 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 TV.
leave them in. I don't know, honestly. I guess I wasn't privy. I thought I was privy to a lot. I didn't want to pry.
Okay.
I wanted to be given information.
Right.
You know what I mean? I wanted that kind of relationship with Joel. Because I was excited. I'm an excitable dude.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me that you're turning on me, like you and I could be walking out to the parking lot and I could just look around, not see anybody, and I go, "Oh my God, this is gonna be so fucking great, dude! What we're gonna do?" Blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like get caught up in excitement and blow the gimmick. I don't know what he was going to do with TV. I'm sure he talked to people, and I'm sure he got nowhere because he would have needed money. He would have needed sponsors, and if he lost 168, if he lost $84,000 each year on average.
Yeah.
Well,
no. What I was saying though, I was saying like there was never talk with Joel, but there was almost instantly with the Todd era, there was talk of you guys
March 3rd, Cabrini.
Getting TV. Yeah.
Yeah.
So was that like something you guys talked about early on in these initial meetings, or?
Yeah, that if we could look around and I think Prism had just left.
Okay.
I think Prism was just gone. I don't know. I think it was now Sports Channel.
Right.
I think that's the first channel we might have been on.
Right.
And Todd did those negotiations. Okay. Well, you're the 50% leader. That's cool. We don't need a conference call. We didn't have conference call. Todd probably had one, phone, but like my phone was probably a big dial with a long cord going, hello. So Todd handled that. So I also think that maybe made him feel more I'm in charge or whatever, this and that.
Sure.
Todd didn't. We wanted TV, and then, man, how did we get it? We just lucked into it by paying, obviously, and having to get the tape sent out from Matt Radko. God, that's a name I haven't thought of in so long. Matt Radko, out in maybe Radnor, Malvern, where Jay lives, somewhere out there. And we'd have to get it done and get it mailed out.
Okay.
And pay for it.
Sure.
And pay for the airtime.
Yeah.
So, and I don't remember, honestly, it might be in my notes of what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't feasible long-term without sponsorship.
Yeah.
It just wasn't. It's a kid playing with a toy.
Sure.
It really was. I was okay being the toy. I'm not the one who's parents going to yell at, you know what I mean? If Todd, ran out of money or whatever. I'd love to know what he ever claims his losses are. I'm sure I'll see it in the book, but then again, from what I hear, I'll also hear about his gains, and they're all women. I don't know where that came from. Jay Sully.
All right. So, we end up doing the deal, getting the whole sports channel thing situated. Now, when Cabrini got booked, I'll tell you my part. When Cabrini got booked, Todd reached out to me and said, "Hey, I need you to do me a favor." Of course, he paid me to do it, but I need you to go to Cabrini and put the posters out, the flyers, all through the whole campus area, et cetera, et cetera. Me and Frank Cody did it. And we went to his office.
Were these the big yellow?
Yes.
White? Did I make them?
Probably.
Did it say ECW printing at the very bottom?
I don't remember.
Gotcha. I made all of the printing.
I would imagine it did.
And I still have, like, from the first show till... Hello, EJ.
Hello, eBay. So, yeah. So when we go there to pick up the posters and flyers and all, Todd was all excited. He's like, come in, sit down." And we sit down. And he drops the bomb on us that he just hired Gilbert to be the new booker. So we were like, "Oh my God, this is fucking amazing. This is going to be great." It almost kind of sounds like you were kind of instrumental in getting that whole thing set up then.
I gave him his number. Eddie, see, this is also me leaving, ultimately. I had given him his number. We did Cabrini. We were going to do TV. Todd's like, "Well, what are we going to do? Who's going to announce this and that?" I forget what Eddie was doing. Was he still doing Global at that time?
It was around the Global time.
So, Todd's like, I think it should be you. I go, "Me what?" "I think you should be the, Bobby Heenan color commentator." I'm like, "No, that's not me. But we don't have anybody." And I booked the dates. So it was, okay, I'll do it. Wait, let me get the order right here. Oh, wait. So I'm trying to think where I was with WCW. So, all right. Oh, that was the problem. Okay. So I started working for WCW in June of '92 while we were doing ECW.
Whoa. Doing what? I didn't know this.
So I became the local promoter under Gary Juster. I worked directly for Gary Juster.
So you kind of took over the Goodhart role.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Juster worked for Watts.
Okay.
That name, Bill Watts?
Bill Watts, of course.
Okay, so I got this job. I'm getting paid. I'm doing my thing. Matter of fact, we were talking about it today. The first pay-per-view I ever did was Spin the Wheel, Make the Deal.
Okay.
Halloween Havoc, Sting, and Jake.
Yeah.
And I forget what my credit is on the back end, but I'm like one of the whatever producers. I don't think it was executive. It was probably associate producer or something.
Okay.
But like whatever. And I was just like, oh,
no way. I had no idea.
Oh yeah, I worked for them for. Well, that's why I had to be taken off TV at ECW and stuff, because WCW Dusty didn't want this character on TV as a startup in Philly while I'm hitting the road as Stephen Truitt, suit and tie, knocking on radio stations' doors and stuff like that, trying to bang my way in, which we did. Me and Jake, we hit all the radios on that week. We had a week with I had Sting and Bruno on the same day. That was one of my best wrestling days of my life. But yeah, I worked for WCW from, I want to say May or April of '92.
Okay.
Till August '93.
Really? Okay.
Maybe early September. Well, I also wanted to do music, and I had met Michael Hayes previously.
Okay.
And he was going to be taking over the music.
Okay.
And then he got hurt, I think he was working with Lex or something. I don't really remember. And then he was gone. He went back to Dallas or some shit. And then one more run, and then Doc Hendricks. But I was trying to follow in and fit in with Michael Hayes.
Right.
While I was at Turner to do the music as well. That was part of the agreement when I got hired.
No shit.
Yeah. Luckily, Joe Goodhart, they weren't going to let me DJ.
They knew he wasn't a DJ.
Yeah, I mean, you ever like? Have you ever been thrown out of a locker room?
No, I've thrown people out of my locker room, but no.
I've been thrown out of one locker room in my life, and it was Vader working with Sting, okay, and I'm with Mick,
okay,
and I'm talking and I'm telling him, hey, I met Sting and it was cool, we had a good connection. And we go, oh, he's in here, go say hi. I walk in, I say hi to Sting. All of a sudden, this gorilla turns around. I didn't even hear what he said, but like my hair's blowing back, and I'm just like, I don't think this guy wants me here. And I'm in a suit and tie, so he really doesn't know who I am. And I didn't belong there necessarily, but I was walked in by Mick. You know what I mean? So,
right.
Dude, my first dog was named Vader, so it wasn't like it ruined my life. It's kind of a funny story, like not being scared of a man, but that guy, I literally said, okay, I'll leave the locker room.
Oh shit!
Yeah, because he wasn't real healthy, but he hadn't been to WWE yet, and all that. So he was still, I'm coming back from Japan,
right?
But yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I love WCW. Dusty in the back, kind of pulling me aside. How you doing? I go, I'm great, Dream. How are you? And I don't know what to say. Can I help you? I said, I'm just following Gary. Gary who? Gary Dusty. He goes, oh, don't follow him too closely. He's got bad habits. I can't even do a Dusty thing. I'm not even going to try. He's got bad habits. I go, all right, Dream, whatever. He goes, this is one time you don't keep your mouth quiet. You talk. I said, I got you, Dream. I got you.
Oh,
yeah, because you're always told to be quiet and listen.
Yeah.
Because I was a promoter.
Yeah.
I need to run my mouth.
Yeah.
Because we were having part of what I was doing. I was running the Variety Club kids. They'd come in and, it's pictures with the boys and stuff.
Yeah.
Anything at the box office, making sure what the numbers were back and forth, because they didn't have, complicated systems back in the old building.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I did that run for a while.
So you were doing both. You're doing ECW and you're doing WCW.
Yeah.
So you were kind of, sounds like, getting heat on the WCW end.
Yeah.
How about on the ECW end?
Here's what happened. October 2nd, 1992.
Okay.
We're in Kensington. Okay.
Yeah.
We're doing a match.
We did the pilot tapings in Kensington.
Yeah, absolutely. I was there.
Mm-hmm.
I was there. This is the night before I get married. Okay. This is the night before I get married.
Come on.
So it's Terry Taylor. I'm managing Taylor against Nikolai. Like, why are we bringing in this kind of money for this gimmick? Because I had WCW wanted me off TV. And if we were going to do TV, they didn't want me on it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, okay, cool. I was good with it. I just wanted to work. Whether it was doing the music, writing, recording, because I was in a band. And then the band, Russell had his first baby. So as bands do, how that goes sometimes.
Sure.
And that was that. So I had no outlet that way. So I had WCW, and I got to jam in their studios a bunch.
I want to pop this up real quick. This is what Todd said on the WSI podcast. So I guess whatever you're talking about now, Todd did verify and say this.
Verify what? What is it? I can't read it. You feel free to call me Arn Anderson, Stan Hansen. I can't see you. Can I even enlarge this whole thing, dude? Or is this screen to stay the same size?
Yeah, I can make your head bigger. I can make our heads bigger.
Oh, I just made you bigger. There you go, dude. It was like this the whole time.
Oh.
You want me to look at it, you or me? How do I look at this? How does this work?
All right, so down at the bottom, Tony says, this is what Todd said on the WSI podcast. I'm guessing about you working with WCW.
Yeah. Yeah. How could you fault me? I was the owner of this company, and I was out every day in the neighborhoods, printing signs, tacking them up every effing where. March 20th, my last show, WWE show with Kathy Fitz. You know, we're me and my kids. Before I hung out with Kathy, I'm sure that either their grandmother or somebody was there to take them, but we were in the parking lot papering cars. Okay, me, my kids, the ECW arena, Larry Galone. He's on my bucket list. I need that guy. Him and my kids. He would take charge of my kids at the shows, and they would put out all the programs and everything. It is what happened. Like, that is exactly what happened. You know, with that. What else does Todd say?
All right, I'll pop up. Tony's saying right now. ECW on air TV pilot, dated November 28th, 1992. Todd said Eddie wanted to fire Stevie because he was awful, and told Todd that he was too loyal. Todd said we can't let Stevie go. He brings the speakers. Oh, that's a dick move. Eddie told Todd that he has to start thinking.
Where did that
start thinking like a businessman? He can't be super loyal and keep a guy because he likes him and brings the speakers. I didn't read the book, but that's what Gordon said in an interview.
Yeah, but doesn't he also talk about doing the same thing to chicks that Vince McMahon did?
No, hey.
I heard. For one, I know Jay Sully told me that, and Jay Sully don't lie.
Right.
And that's in the book, and I heard it from two other people, and I won't out them, but and I don't know. I wasn't there, but if you wrote it and you put that book out and you're that proud, wow, you know, hey, bring the speakers. I would have thought I did a lot more.
I mean, you were a partner.
So, let's talk about the. The cap almost fell, which means I was going to end up having to do the whole bottle tonight. And
you don't have to go from the whole bottle. You don't have to go from the whole bottle. All right, so ECW starts on TV.
And let me throw one more in your head to marinate. Remember I said Bill Watts was running WCW?
Yes.
Eddie hated Bill Watts at that point. And I was working there. I'm just saying. I was told specifically from the horse's mouth or from the bear's mouth in his last match. I don't know.
Okay. So we get the TV deal. We start doing the TV tapings at Cabrini, and you're now this on-air personality on TV. Yeah. You're out there with Jay. You're out there with Terry Funk, and honestly, you know, especially now, I don't know if you know this. So this whole fucking YouTube channel started, you know, like a year and a half ago. A friend of mine in the music business who's an ECW fan, he calls me up in the middle of the night. He's like, yo, I just got home from a gig like 3 hours ago. I'm laying in bed. I'm watching ECW on YouTube. And I'm saying to myself, wouldn't it be fucking great to like watch this and hear Bay's commentary on what the hell's going on, what he knows about behind the scenes, what he thinks of the matches. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking brilliant. Like, okay.
Party.
So I'm start doing this, and I've been doing this match by match ECW TV thing. And then I've been doing these interviews for 10 years on my other channel. I'm like, I need to like get hold of everybody and sit down and do these fucking little cleanses, you know, of everything. And I'm just like, and a lot of stuff, like I said before we started this, with you, Jay, a lot of people, I don't know what the hell went on. I was a kid, and I was in and out. So
how did Jay Sully get in the business?
Jay Sully, he said it was at the Chestnut Cabaret, and it was...
Oh, no. It was in Todd's office, me and Todd. Jay was my friend.
Okay.
We were in, actually, I don't even think I was in the Squared Circle fan club. I just did things for it and whatnot. You know what I mean? And I was friends with Joel. No, I was in it. I was in it because I got discounts on it when we went to Puerto Rico and stuff. So, yeah. And we were going to do TV. Okay. Todd didn't know Jay from anybody. And I
just want to pop this up just to reassure you. Wait. Hold on. What's this one? Not this one. First off, let me say, Joanne, thank you for getting this hooked up. And it is a fun way to catch up for everybody.
I love you, Joanne. Brad Pack.
The Brad Pack. And Anthony said, I've been looking forward to this interview. So I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, Steve. People want to hear this and fucking know what the hell happened.
You're over there typing those names, and I see you doing it.
I ain't typing shit, man.
So, next we're going to have, God, what were those names? Don't get me started on Carluzzo when I left ECW. God, what they were using names. Dennis was using names. Remember Dennis?
Of course. I was very tight with Dennis.
Oh, okay. Good.
Yeah.
Good, not Goodhart. Like,
no, Eddie did it. Eddie or Paul did it. Todd did it. After Eddie was gone, they did Dino's send-off after Dino Santa and Joel Hartgood.
Which, that was them?
Yes, which in turn I was telling Joel the other night, because that's when I started promoting myself. And we were going to fucking create our own character because we were pissed at Todd, and we were going to create our own character and call him Carver W. Greed.
Get the fuck out of here.
I swear
that is a great name.
On my parents' grave.
Oh my God, that is a great name. Wow.
And let me say, now I'm going to say this because, look, I'm asking you, and I ask everybody all these questions about Todd. I don't have a problem with Todd. I don't. And Todd, if you're watching, because I know he fucking watches this stuff, because he's messaged me a few times. No, I guarantee he'll probably be watching. At some point, he's going to watch. And look, I don't have no hard feelings. When I was a 22-year-old kid, I had fucking hard feelings.
I do.
But I do. All right, well, we're going to talk about that.
We're going to end the night, though. Yeah.
Yeah. After tonight.
Yeah, bro. Fucking, absolutely. You know, all corks popped.
Let's pop them fucking corks.
Pour another shot of the good stuff over here.
All right, so the TV fucking starts, and now who came up with the Stevie Wonderful character?
Wade Keller.
Wait, where did Wade Keller come in from?
I let him know what we were doing. I let Meltzer know what we were doing.
Okay.
I aligned to both of them.
Sure.
From the Arezzi conventions.
Yeah.
So I just told her I was trying to get the word out. And like the very first guy who ever calls my house, I was staying at my parents' house on the floor, literally. My dad goes, Ray Hernandez is on the phone. I think that's what his name was. I go, who? And he goes, what's your name? Hercules Hernandez is on the phone. Like, somehow my phone got out to different people, and they were starting to call for bookings because they knew it wasn't just Todd. And I knew Meltzer, and I didn't know Wade very well. I didn't know Meltzer very well. No, I don't mean it like that. I mean, we met one night. He saw that I was hanging out drink for drink with Ric Flair.
Sure.
So he thought we went back for a while. Then Nancy comes in and she's bagging them back with us 1 for 1, and then Rude. And it was like the 5 of us plus my girlfriend at that time, just boom, boom, boom.
Right.
And Meltzer, I don't think was drinking. And Flair's like, this is how we do it. Keep it out of your sheets. Like, it was just funny. Like, this is real. Like, man, I want to stay sober and watch this. I believe it was the first true interaction between Meltzer and Flair at a Rezzy's convention.
Okay.
One of them,
probably.
The one with Buddy Landell.
Yes.
Superstar. The one that they were both at. Because I was going up for Joel at the conventions. I was bringing up our merchandise and selling it and videotapes.
Wow.
Yeah. So that was that.
So, I mean, it's funny because as I sit back and watch it now, and I say it on the fucking videos that I'm doing on YouTube, I'm like, for a fucking guy, at this point, I didn't know you had any like real true training or anything. I'm like, for a guy that really didn't know what the fuck he was doing, he's a natural. He's fucking got a great character, and he could have fucking did something with this. And then now again, as I'm watching, I'm like, well, now you can see like Paul comes in, and it's like, boom, he's been kicked out of the booth. All right, so clear because everything I thought in my mind about Jay, I was 100% wrong on. So now I'm probably 100% wrong on yours too.
So now it's time, is what you're saying. It's time to explain.
Okay.
And again, it all goes back to the whole shit. I'm not trying to do that. It all goes back to the big circle with Eddie, that I've known Eddie a long time.
Right.
We started ECW. I didn't bring him in. We were doing global. He had heat with that. Like, all little things. I made a comment. Todd was paying him $1,100 a week. And that is a fact.
That was his salary.
That was his absolute salary. And he put him up at the Corman Suites.
I would say, plus he was paying for a place to live.
Correct. We needed to know this because we were owners still. We needed to know how much we were going in debt.
That's a lot of fucking coin.
What was the return?
Right.
What was the return? We weren't running enough shows to run massive amounts of TV. We didn't have massive amounts of TV in the bank.
Yeah.
We had to run TV. Getting the arena was huge. And I know I touched on it with you, but I don't know what's in Todd's book. I just feel 32 years later, Todd was in my wedding.
He was in your wedding?
We had a show that night on October 3rd. Yeah. Jim Mullins stayed at my wedding. Todd went to the show. Jimmy Snook was at my wedding, which is a whole other story. Puka beads and everything. Yeah, so Todd and I were friends. Please understand this.
Right.
I had 4 groomsmen. 3. Todd, 3 or 4, I don't know. Todd was one of them. So, you almost expect a certain amount of friendship or loyalty if we're trusting each other to bond like this and everything. So we started getting TV. We bring in Eddie.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Eddie's like, well, we're not doing this, and that. Now, Eddie has demons. Okay.
Let me ask you this before I forget this question. You mentioned his salary. Was it just told to you by Todd? This is what we're going to pay him, or was it negotiable, or both?
Eddie and I were still friends the first couple of weeks he got here.
Wow. Okay.
For one, I didn't partake in some of the same things. If you know what I'm saying.
The cocaine.
I'm a pot smoker.
Yeah.
I'll put that out there. That's me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't do other,
Yeah.
And to each their own. But
Sure.
It messes with you. You know, I've done it all. I've done it all. No,
Right.
I've never put a needle in my arm, but
Right.
I've done bad things. But Eddie had his demons. Eddie was mad, so I had to pick up Lawler one morning. He calls me at like 10 o'clock at night. Hey, I need you to do this. Da 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 da. I show up. I might have been in Zubaz or something. I don't remember what I was wearing.
Weren't we all?
Right. That's what I'm saying. I get to the Red Roof, or whatever it was, and
I'm pouring another one now.
good. Yeah, and get Eddie's out. Eddie's not in the room anymore. I was there like 2 days ago. It was a mess. It was the two of them. Eddie's now in this beautiful Corman Suites. You know what I mean? I thought, oh, Corman Suites, it's furnished, everything, yada yada yada.
Right.
I was in the car when he was making his first company invitation, to have some live company over. So things got weird. I was told early on that I heard it, like, he didn't say I hurt his feelings, but that we didn't bring him in. The company's been around, over a year. I don't get it. I don't get it. I was going to have you record new music for me even. And we did. We had this whole thought process so that he could own it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And he just, my friend, just started being a dick to me and kind of picking on me even, to the point I was like, do I want to put up with this right now? And I would make jokes to Bob. I never would tell anybody what was in my head.
Right.
How's your 16.3% doing? You want to buy mine? We'll find a way to get it up the ladder. I saw something for like 32 cents. And, we used to tease. Oh, yeah. He'd be like, no, dude, you owe me money if you're going to sell it to me.
Shot of tequila. We're all good.
Yeah. No. Did you just do yours?
Hey.
Hey. Cheers, brother. Yo, absolutely. So our vibe changed totally. The call stopped as frequently. The WCW thing was kind of going okay.
Okay.
Todd was marking out. He did with Jimmy when Jimmy got here.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get it. I get it. You have money. What are you doing taking a guy? I think he took him to fucking bookbinders or the library or some shit.
Right.
Fucking take Jimmy to fucking Wendy's and just say, have all you want, bro. He would have been just as fine. Take him to Red Lobster. Jimmy would have been happy.
Yeah. Fucking Denny's.
Denny's, we all eat at Denny's. So it wasn't going well, and I was very uncomfortable. And I was laying in bed at night thinking, man, how much do I want to do this? And I had always said to Eddie, when we were talking about him coming in and when he came in, what do you think about Paul? What do you think about Paul? That Texas thing. Was it Texas? I think the Crockett's or somebody was doing something in Texas.
Okay.
With Paul. I think they were trying to leave or something. And I don't know if they were going to use Brett and Terry Funk on top for something. I don't know, but there was competition, and that's why Paul couldn't do anything yet. Okay. So all of a sudden, I think that idea shuts down, or the money man pulls out, and then Paul's here.
Right.
Paul and I had always gotten along good. We were never friends. We'd never hung out. I met him in Memphis as a photographer.
Right.
And I was just a soldier just a soldier. You know what I mean?
Right.
And we would do these little, I don't want to say tours, but these little boxing things just get our beef settled, and people just loved it because we were going to hug afterwards, whoever we were fighting. You know what I mean? Because we were all brothers. It was just clear the beef.
Sure.
You know? So we would do shit that, and they would see that, so they liked us, and so that's when we met all those guys. Tommy Rich even back then. And Paul came up, and Paul actually called me. And I remember where I was standing up in my bedroom, and I go, "Hey, what's up?" I was just thinking. All right, what are you just thinking? I would like to morph you. And he brings up Diamond Dallas Page.
Okay.
He said, morph me into what? He goes, are you familiar? I said, yeah, he's a Jersey guy. And he goes, okay, well, you both have similar backgrounds, as in starting, doing other things, then managing, and maybe we can teach you to do something in the ring. It was at that moment I could have said something that I could do a little in the ring.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was unhappy. I didn't sleep good. I started a business. I've started businesses before. I was losing sleep. I was upset. I felt paranoid in my own company of men that all I wanted to do was make everyone succeed, because that's how it works. If one succeeds, hopefully their partner succeeds.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You get each other over. It's all I ever wanted in this company.
Did you feel like they were trying to just screw you over at this point? Like, not even Todd, because it seems like at this point Todd was almost like losing the reins to Eddie.
He gave the reins to Eddie.
Yeah.
But as far as I was concerned, Eddie was my friend, and Todd was still the boss.
Right.
And Todd said to us, I'm not going to be dictated to. If I don't like something, I will overrule it.
Right.
I disagree. But maybe I don't know what Todd's feelings on me are. I do have a Facebook message from him that I have yet to open. I have a girl
from when?
July, the book, time of the book.
Okay.
Yeah, and it starts. You can see the first couple words. I remember the four of us, and I can't remember what else I can see, and that's all I can see.
And you haven't opened it.
I have not opened it. No.
Why?
It's part of my dick mode. I don't give a fuck what you wrote me. You know what I mean? You can get a hold of me. Did you try that way? I guess, but keep trying. Try harder. I treated you, man. I treated you like God. No pun intended.
Right.
Seriously, no pun intended from one to the other.
Sure.
I treated him. He did for me, because I was also so poor, running around doing these things. And when I would go to his office, truth be told, let me throw all the cards on the table. I'd never asked for gas money, but I would have to park, and I would ask him to validate my ticket.
Yeah, the garage next door.
Yeah. And I felt bad about that because I was a businessman myself, but I left a really bad situation, and just said, start over, like start over. That's when the TWA was ending.
Sure.
And it was the exact time, like December is when I left discount printing, and the wedding shop, plus the little stores I had in there. Studio moved, everything's into storages, and I'm trying to hang on with this. We started ECW out now. I'm just going to be going around again some night because Bob didn't get it either. But Bob was nice to me. Hey, do you want to DJ at the skating rink? I go, yeah. What do they want to hear? Because I don't know these kids. And my kids tell me, oh, go get Nirvana, go get this, and that. Todd shows up. My kids are homeless. Not homeless, but, I'm making a bigger thing out of this than I should. Todd brings this big box of shirts to Bob. Hey, give these out to all the kids, this and this and that. My kids are putting programs on the seats at every show. At the
See, now I remember that. I didn't know that was your kids.
All of them. And Larry Glone sometimes would take charge of them. You remember Larry?
I remember the name.
Gotcha.
Once I see the face,
I need that face. That was a great man, and I'll get back to that. I was about to say this, but so I was still working. We're doing a thing before a show. I forget which one. A production meeting. All the boys. We're at the arena. And he's holding it. And all of a sudden, he goes, Stevie. And we go walking out into the back. I go, do I fight back? Do I just defend myself? Are you prepared to get a possible ass whooping? Because I don't know. I don't know who, I'm thinking, I don't know. And he chewed me the fuck out so hard because I showed up in Zubaz or whatever I showed up in that day to pick up Kevin Lawler, who looked like a fucking rag, and I wasn't wearing a suit and tie.
What?
I paid for the printing. I paid for the signs. I was the one that was going around to the neighborhoods. This happened all the time. That was part of my role as being an owner. The very first mailing, when we had the mail list, this will sound weird, it was like $95. I didn't get it out for a couple of days. Why? I didn't have $95. And Todd left me the responsibility because I had the list and did the cards. Like I printed the cards myself that we sent out because I still had my printing, even though I didn't have the store.
Right.
So I printed all the cards. I paid for that, but I needed like $95 just to mail them. And I didn't mail them till 2 days later or whatever. And it's one of the lies I told during the company. I mailed them right away. I didn't have the money. I literally didn't have the money. I was a 30-year-old man trying to raise 4 kids. Ramen noodles was like an awesome meal.
Sure.
Feel me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I did it. I scratched. I begged, I borrowed, and I got it out there. That was my role as a 16.3% owner of Eastern Championship Wrestling. To the day I die, and strike me dead, strike my dog, strike my children. That's not the truth.
Wow.
That's the truth, Chubby. That's setting the record straight. So, next show. I don't think it was that show. We were doing something else. I'm trying to remember. How.
Did you know and did you feel that there was a problem?
Was it communicated to me? No.
Yes.
Did I feel? Yes. And
okay.
And that is when I think the second stream of mental health, as I've discussed with you, started to become very relevant in my life because it affected my family. It affected everyone in my world. I would do if I work a job, I'll do anything for you. I'll do anything for the job. You tell me, I can jump off that building, man, and we're gonna film it, and we're gonna have so many customers. Done. I'm gonna do it. If that's for my company, I'm going to do it. My dad bought a Radio Shack when he was 10, or when I was 10. I'm sorry, and I watched him build it, a franchise. So I know what hard work is like. He had a 28-year career at GE, and now he threw all his money into a business, and the company put him out of business. But I watched how he grew it. I watched what it could have been, and that's what I was willing to do anything for Todd, ultimately for Joel as well.
Sure.
I don't think he'll we'll connect, but ultimately, and for Todd, and it wasn't for Todd. It was for Todd was taking the time to lead us. I had just gotten married to an ECW ring announcer, obviously. The second ECW ring announcer ever. And I needed to pay bills. As I said before, I was trying to find fill-in band jobs. But let me tell you something about me being a guitarist. I suck. I'm the best guitarist in this room. I'm the only one. It's the only time I'm ever the best. I'm the only one. You play
Yeah.
I'm the second best guitarist in this room.
Hey, no, you're not. You are the best because I suck even worse than you.
I doubt it. I
don't.
Crazy. I made a living for many years touring up and down, meeting Chip. Is enough. I don't know if I even mentioned that to you. We were friends, and Tommy, of course. But yeah. So, all right, back to that. Back to what we're here for. So, I did feel it coming. I was very upset to the point I pulled a little, I don't know, little baby move. I was left out of a couple of meetings that I didn't feel I should have been left out of.
Okay.
And a couple filmings that I didn't know about. That was Jay, my boy. Eddie, they're doing that King of Philadelphia gimmick. And I didn't know about some of that stuff, and that's okay. But actually, no, it wasn't okay. No. And that bothered me. And I felt very left out. I felt it was on purpose. I was the one who handpicked my buddy Jay Sully. When I'm backing up, and I apologize, Chubbs.
That's all right.
When we were doing the TV and we needed somebody, we had to write me off TV because I was going to WCW. You know what I mean? With a retirement in the ECW. And then we were doing TV, and I think we asked permission if I could do it. I don't think it was loved. I think I have that right. And we needed a straight man, a play-by-play.
Right.
And Jay and I had never practiced. We had never talked about it. We had never been drunk and done it in a bar. Go, yeah, throw him over there. What do you think, Stevie? Because he would always go, what do you think, Stevie? So we never spit dreamed it. And I know he had aspirations just to be close. I think maybe just to be close to business because he loved it. Like from what I remember, he would even travel for shows, which is cool. I don't mean local shows. I think he was either in work or because he travels for work or did. I don't know. And I remember we would catch up. Oh, so yeah, I was reading that in the Observer what happened. And then I would give him the Observer. Back to the Observer. It comes from Eddie used to like it when he would come to my house and I had it rolled up because it was thermal paper out of a fax machine. But when I was working for Cowboy Bill Watts, not so much. Like that was just like, oh, Stevie's really pissing me off now. Todd likes him, maybe.
Right.
Now I wonder, in my life, I do. And so let me get him out and he's famous for that. I mean, that's part of his demons.
Yeah.
push whoever out that threatens him.
Sure.
I did not threaten him. The only time I should have is when you guys were all in that meeting. We were all in the production meeting. I think we were filming 2 days of tapings. And then it was going to end. I was doing a match with me and Sal. Again, we worked Suicide Blondes.
Okay.
And Hunter was managing them. A little bit of trivia. Who was the last person who came out to Enter Sandman? That trivia means nothing, but how about that for stupid Quizzo night trivia?
There you go.
So I just knew. I didn't know if I had heat, honestly, with Candido about something, about the Tammy thing. I was the one that had to leave. And I'm just sitting there going, I'm in a match. I get along with Chris. Eddie's friendly with Chris, real friendly with Chris.
Yeah.
Yo, stuff him. Give him a seat.
And actually, I remember, because I just watched that recently about a month or two ago, and I was like, honestly, I was fucking hysterical. I'm like, oh my God, they fucking stick the shit out of fucking Wonderful.
I was fine. I was good, man. We were done. Chris was a good guy. Whatever. It was, we worked tight, or, I was taught tight. Sure. European, that's that way. So I felt the writing on the wall. Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready to? I know there's no firing squad. Am I allowed to have a cigarette over here if I do it off camera?
You can do whatever the fuck you got to do.
Don't say that, because let me do it off camera over here. I can't even find a lighter. You know what?
Have some for me, because I'm out.
Are you?
I am.
Well, then guess what? Chubbs, this is one of the better tequilas that I carry at my restaurant. This is
we're gonna put
Julio 1942, and this I bought because I wanted to honor you with good stuff. This is the rock stuff. This is great stuff. I'm gonna end up drinking a bottle, as it turns out.
When I'm able to come up back to Philly, we need to do like a fucking gathering at your restaurant. Steve owns a restaurant in Manayunk, La Roca, yeah. It's a nightclub at night. It's a restaurant, 2-floor bars, DJs on the 3rd floor, rooftop deck, all kinds of parties, bands. I have bands. That sounds like something that should be in Nashville. I love Nashville. I was just down in Memphis a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago. Not weeks, summer. But anyway, because I'm going to tell you why I left. Are we ready for that? Is that what you want? So all right. Well, let's get what you want first. Did you leave? Were you told to leave? How did it go down? So, to you, Chubbs, thank you so much, Chubby, for connecting with me. We were acquaintances. Now we are friends. You got me back with Sully. To know that Kathy Fitz is happy and healthy. Yes. I love the McGee brothers, John Bailey, Sign Guy, Rob Zombie. I can't think of them all. But this one right here is going to go to you, my guy. And I'm not even going to pour it. I'm just going to. Hey, man. See how much is left in there? Enough for you to fucking down. Yeah, that's an expensive bottle. Cheers, brother. Cheers, bro. Holy shit. Now that's a fucking shot. Oh. That's a motherfucking shot. Yeah. Woo. Hey, did we ever hit 10 people in here? We've been over 10 the whole time. Shut up. You got friends. You got friends. So ask me what you want. Are you ready for it? Because if I gotta cry, I'm gonna cry. I got I'm going to tell you this. I honestly, I was texting my fiance. She like walked in and all, and I texted her and I said, I might actually cry. This has been the most because I can feel your fucking pain of this stuff for 30 years that you have been bottling this up. You've been dying to talk about it, and you've been wanting to let it out. I'm
No,
like,
it wasn't dying to
want
talk about it till you, brother.
Well,
Till
hey,
you have that thing in you. You're amazing at this. You have that. You just have that, brother. You have that. You have that. You have that. I have a lot of friends. I have very close friends, and they have asked me, and then they stop.
I want to fucking cry, dude. Like I can feel like what you're feeling, and I know, like you've been, yeah.
So I gave everything. I was a homeroom mom because I was a single parent still, and I'm starting to get married. So I would devote time to school, and then I'd play guitar on Friday afternoons to the classes at times, yada, yada, yada.
Okay.
So certain days were chaotic in my life and trying to hustle.
Sure.
I was talking to this bail bondsman at the same time who's offering me work. And Scotty Bigelow is vouching for him.
I was going to say, it was not Bigelow.
No. Scotty wasn't a bondsman.
Okay.
No, Scotty, I love Scotty. Scotty was technically a skip tracer. Okay. It's like a bounty hunter. It's just the easiest way to say it. What he did was skip trace, and he didn't do it for long. It wasn't him. He was an athlete. He was, fucking amazing. Yeah. Amazing. So, the whole connection, what was I saying about David and Klein and FOP leaving? So I made such amazing connections of ways to take my life. That didn't sound right. No. Ways to the direction to go in life. And I needed some of them to be financially solvent so I could feed my children. My twins still had a medical disorder.
Right.
And it was expensive. I got no child support. There was no emails, and she was still in the military. So by the time they would send her an email or a snail mail, she's moved on to another person. She used to be out in Fort Carson. My last dealings with her was April 28th, 1985. And no money. Yeah, that was 6 weeks after my youngest son was born. I have 5 now. I have one more. But those 4, that was 6 weeks, and that's when she was allowed to travel back to Europe because she was still stationed in Germany. Because we had both ended up loving Germany, and I loved Austria, and I knew that if I wanted to wrestle, which I didn't know that's what I wanted to do. I had a job in Austria because he knew I would do anything. He knew I would, I knew how to put the ring together, or help at least. I didn't know how to do it all. But kids first, man. Story of my life is always kids first, Chubby. It has been. I thought I hit the lottery. I thought I was starting a business with valuable people who had values.
Right.
And many of them do. I don't know. I can suspect who does and who doesn't.
Sure.
To have those values placed on me, I don't give a flying fuck. I'm a soldier. Like, I'm not a bitch. I'm going to fucking punch your fucking face out. Pardon my French. But I got to remember my kids.
Yeah.
What happens to my kids?
Right.
Grandparents ain't taking them. They don't know their mother. Everything in my life was my kids. That being said, Chubby, we went out to Ron Jaworski's Eagle's Nest, or not Eagle's Nest. I named that when we knew that we were going to throw JT off, because it was originally going to be Dougie. Or did we throw Doug off? Whoever it was.
Through JT.
Yeah, because everyone thought it was going to be Doug, but we knew it. I knew immediately. Dodd knew immediately that we were bringing in Doug, and we were throwing him off the Eagle's Nest. Before anybody had seen it, I'm going, "Oh, that's the Eagle's Nest." And one of my friends goes, "I think Sully said that he created it." Yeah, I'll fix that, Sully. So what was I saying then? I got caught up in the Eagle's Nest. So we're there. We're at Jaworski's. Beautiful day. Short stay. Were you there?
No. I was gone at that point.
You were already gone?
I was already gone. I was gone after the second set of Cabrini tapings.
Who got rid of you? Did they get rid of both you guys? Were you guys still the team?
They got rid of
you as a team?
Yeah, we were as a team, and they stopped booking us.
Okay. I've done battle royals. I've done matches for the ECW, variety club matches. We gave a guy with JT a tryout. They went to double hip toss me, and I don't know if I just didn't get over hard enough, whatever. My neck still hurts to this day. Okay? And that guy didn't get signed. It was me and Mike Kalua. It was me and Mike Kalua against those guys. So, I gained so much. Charity, learning charity. My kids have, had an issue. They were eligible to go to camp. Todd was, I don't know if he was the vice president at that time.
Yeah, he was.
Variety Club. So up in front of all those people, and another shout out. I know you'll never see this. Please remember where I was right now. Stephen Cope.
Okay.
I love and miss you. My family loves and misses you. This was the only house you were ever allowed to visit and stay overnight. You were the poster child back then of Variety Club. You were my friend. You are still my friend. I love you. I don't know if we'll see that, but I want him to. Do you know who Stephen Cope is?
No.
He was the poster child back in 91, I guess, for the Variety Club. He's in a wheelchair. I'm not going to get into Stephen, but this kid was just dealt a hand. And he was the biggest wrestling fan and the nicest person. And because of my mental health issues, I have never responded to him over the years. Wow. As you know, I have a girl now who does my social media.
Sure.
And that's partly for my mental health, because I don't know what I'm good with yet. Are we running over time? Do you need to kick me off?
No. Dude,
I don't know.
Zero. Yo, there's zero time limit.
I hide. I get hurt. I hide. So we're at Variety Club. We're at Jaws. Would have done anything. Right, the Variety Club stuff, all of that. Loved it. Some of the best stuff in my life. Did Variety Club after I left. My kids come out. Oh, it's a great day. Gonna meet one of my favorite quarterbacks, Ron Jaworski. I met him years ago. I wonder if he'll remember. I know he wasn't gonna remember me.
Sure.
And but he was so nice to me. And he was always nice being into a football, the soul. He would sit and talk with us for 10 minutes. So this day, I can tell you a backstory. Maybe you don't know. Eddie, here we go.
Okay.
Out of his sober mind. Okay. He comes up to me 4 things. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the Battle Royal.
Okay.
I'm going over. Whatever. I'm squashing TV champ.
Okay.
I'm going to be the most popular wrestler in Philadelphia when I take the football player down.
Okay.
So I was in that battle. I'll get to that later. Jaws. Oh, wait. Glenn Osborne.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Osborne was our TV champion. We didn't have TV yet. We had already discussed we probably should take the belt off of him and do a tournament to make it worthwhile, to get viewers paying attention.
Right.
I don't know if we would have told him that yet. I wasn't close with Glenn. I liked Glenn.
Yeah.
He was a very nice guy.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still in the business at all or anything? Or?
No, actually, Glenn was my first interview on this.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that.
And he talked
remember he had a brother?
Johnny O.
I hadn't thought about that till just now. So, Glenn was the TV champion. Bob and I were pro Glenn.
Okay.
And Eddie had all the say at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But Todd always said, yeah, Eddie's the booker. Todd didn't know how the booker worked. Todd didn't know what a booker really did day to day. He didn't know how to lay out a TV show. He just thought it was the guy who picks who wins and loses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and maybe, he learned about setting up. And again, Todd, if you're seeing this, I'm not pissing on you, bro. You got it. So, I know you're not gonna see this, but if you do, I'm just kidding you. Glenn, if I remember, finger poke of doom. No.
Yeah, it was something late.
Something effed up.
Yeah.
And I don't think Glenn knew till he went out there.
Right.
I think he was told. I think he was told one thing, and then he flipped it right there.
Yeah.
I went out there on the Battle Royal, and all of a sudden, I'm in Delco Receipt Land. We had a show. I don't know where it was, with the Bulldog.
Okay. Yeah,
bring him in.
Yeah, I was there for those shows. It was like Tabor and the Chamonix or
Tabor Arena or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't remember. And now I don't remember the whole tie-in. But Hack and Rebel we were filming this thing in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Where they say something, they go at it, and we brought in an object. I forget what it was. I was directing it. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I had him do it 3 times. Complete rib. Okay. Just complete rib. I mean, they weren't stiffened. It was just kind of funny. Like, the production crew all knew. I think it was Matt Radko.
Okay.
And they all know, and because Rebel and I were. Rebel was a schizophrenic or some shit, bro, I guess. I mean, other than being a horrible human being, he was a dick. Yeah. I want to say this with reverence. Johnny Hotbody was a dick. But not a motherfucker. He was a dick. He thought he was Johnny Hotbody.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, the DJ thing. His wife hired me to DJ his birthday in South Philly, and I did because I love him. But and I'm not calling him a name, but you know Johnny's attitude. It was the same in the ring as it was in the back. Did he train you at all?
Yeah.
He did?
When Larry broke his in Tri-State, when Larry broke his ankle. No, it was, or I forget where it was. But he broke his ankle and he couldn't train no more. So my new teachers were now Stetson and Hot Body.
Oh, that was light.
Oh, you said it all. They beat the fuck out of me.
I won't tell stories. I won't tell bad stories, and we'll get to what we need to get to. Tony Stetson. Are you ready?
Yeah.
I want to talk about Stetson. I gave you a Mount Rushmore. Yeah. Can I give you another one?
Yeah.
And there is a first one.
What's this one?
Ready?
What's this Mount Rushmore?
Joel Goodhart.
Uh-huh.
Johnny, Tony, Larry, and DC.
That's what I am pushing for, to get a banner put up in the ECW arena.
The problem is with... Well, I don't know what the problem is, but Don
there shouldn't be a problem.
Don didn't work the arena as much.
None of them did. None of them worked
Larry
the arena.
Did a little bit.
Not in there, but they didn't get to fucking work the arena the way they did with Joel and all.
I'm trying to remember. So DC, what was he, Norton, New Hampshire? You got, I love that. Where's my fat dog? My shoulders. I'm yelling like I'm home. Okay. He was up there. Oh, you know what? Here's a joke. What if I replaced Johnny Hotbody with Jules Strongbow? Do you know that story?
Hotbody told it. I think Stetson told
that Joel was going to bring in. I don't know why. He was going to bring in Jules for Tony.
Yeah.
And the next day on the radio show, or the next Saturday, it was like
yeah.
You know, The Rock.
Yeah.
Let me reverse the story. Oh yeah. And that set Johnny off. I mean, Johnny and Tony.
Sure.
That's my Mount Rushmore. Like
I agree.
Yeah, that's my Mount Rushmore.
I mean, those five guys were the true foundation of the Philadelphia wrestling. You know, you can say the hardcore scene, but I think the true foundation of Philadelphia wrestling.
They are Philadelphia independent wrestling.
Whether
it was hardcore or not, they were doing stuff before Memphis. They had cage matches. Donnie, him and Winters would, I forget what, Cage Wars? Is that what some of those? I had all the videos that we were selling through Joel.
Yeah.
You know, like we had all of these crazy bloody videos that we were selling through Joel, because that's what everyone wanted back then.
Yeah.
You know, until you get to the Rob Feinstein stuff.
Yeah.
He's still in the business. That's crazy. So, want to hear something funny? Rob Feinstein and me in WCW. Part of my job at WCW was to make sure to limit as much pirating as possible. Thank God Rob did never show any receipts of videos I've purchased from the Philadelphia Civic Center for myself before I worked there, because I don't know if I was a mark. I was a fan. You know, sometimes I don't know what the difference between a mark and a fan is.
Yeah.
I know one day I marked out and I caught myself and stayed a fan. It's the day I put in my father's face. It's my best day in WCW. We're doing, I forget what pay-per-view it was. I got Bruno and I got Sting and Gary in the car. Gary's in his own world. And Bruno's talking to me. Bruno's my dad's idol in wrestling. Bruno's what got me into wrestling. And Sting is my best friend's favorite effing wrestler, right? And here I am, like I'm driving around in this big ass rental car, and we're gonna go get lunch at the Marriott, and but there was no cell phones back then and shit. So I would have liked that, but I was a Bruno Mark. I don't know what kind of crazy mark you were. There was a woman up in New York named Georgie, okay, and she used to keep record of every Bruno match ever.
Georgiana McCroppy?
Yes, Georgiana.
Yeah.
And we became friends at the shows because I was selling Joel's stuff. And, it was just natural. And God rest her soul. I know she's
gone. She was beautiful.
She was the biggest Bruno fan ever.
Yeah.
And I was a Bruno nut, bro. Like, Zabisco, just all of the stuff. Back in the day, me and Jay Sully were on the eternal quest to find Bruno losing in the Baltimore Civic Center with his feet with Superstar's feet on the ropes. That tape was so hard to get for years. And I don't know who got it first, but we shared it with each other. That was just so effing cool that, that was part of mine and Sully's friendship. And so before I leave here, I handpicked Jay because before I leave, you need to know who we were. I handpicked Jay. Todd wanted me to have somebody.
Okay.
I said, bro, I just moved into the house. I'm going to build a studio in there, but I got a lot of other things going on. I'll set up some videos. We'll record audio over the video, and we'll see what happens. Some matches, I'll put it on a couple matches that we know and a couple matches that we don't know. Let's see what happens. We were amazingly bad.
People love you guys.
We were so bad. Our whole gimmick was acting like we didn't know each other. And we were much closer friends than I realized until recently, which fills my heart. We tried. We didn't think we were Bobby Heenan and fucking Gorilla, man. We were two knuckleheads who said, "Yo, we go to the shows." Jay and I went to Puerto Rico. I know I'm getting off kilter. We get stranded with Abdullah the effing butcher at a dinner. It's me, him, Joel, I think my girlfriend, my partner at the time, whatever, blah, 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 blah. $755 bill. We're talking 1991, maybe 90. That was a lot of money, especially for a broke guy.
Exactly.
See, I knew Victor Quinones. Okay, because he wanted me to do his music. So I'm going to this big show at Bayonne. Apparently, I'm going to be able to get off and meet him. I'm sure it was Carlos versus some other guy who was going to make him bleed buckets. Probably Abby. Bruiser was already gone. So who knows what it was. But me and Jay Sully survived Hurricane Hugo. One point, we're all in this fucking hotel room for a wrestling show, okay? Joel's Squared Circle flew us to Puerto Rico for a wrestling show. We're in a hotel watching the Pizza Hut. We're on the 18th floor, whatever. We're watching the roof just like twist in the wind, and we're like, oh, yeah, we're gonna die. We got stuck there for so long. The plane we got back on had the band from Saturday Night Live on the plane with us. We stunk to high heavens. But we were bonded. We were alive. We laughed. Sully's a funny motherfucker. He's a great guy.
He is.
But he's so disgusted by Todd's book. And he's telling his friends, "You're not buying the book. I'll send it to everybody. I will put it in a copy machine and pay the money so Todd doesn't get his tail on the book. He's dead set. But
all right, well, let's talk about you leaving then.
Okay, so we're at the Eagle's Nest or whatever Jaworski's place was.
Yeah.
And he comes up, says, "We're gonna do the Battle Royal. Want to start doing something with you and Rick Michaels of the Blondes." I said, "Well, what's Sal gonna do?" Well, probably Candido. I said, "Well, that makes sense because at the time it was Chris and Rick Michaels the Suicide. Johnny wasn't one of them at that time. I don't know what he was doing. Probably just singling with Tony." So we go out there. I saw that thing, and I bought the speakers that day. I bought the speakers, I bought the cables, I bought the PA, I bought the mics that get thrown down and broken. You're a musician, you understand.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody, people just think, oh, just throw the mics down. I didn't have any $10 mics. Yeah. I was taking mics out of my recording studio. You can look at some of those mics. They're drum mics. Some of them are condensers. And I had like the phantom power on the PA just to power the condenser. And then, blah, 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 slam it down. And I'm going, oh, there's $180. So my kids' paper hand out a bunch of programs and shit for the next shows.
Okay.
And along comes Battle Royal.
Okay.
I forget when I went out. I might have been next to last. And he grabs me. He goes, "Don't have too much fun out there." No one's telling me what order. I mean, you telling me earlier in the day that I'm going over. Not for a second did I believe you. I'm looking at the other guys. No one's looking at me funny. Like, why is this guy going over? You know what I mean?
Right.
So I kind of knew. So I get in there. And I'm getting receipt after receipt. I'm okay with that. From
who? From everybody or
Rebel and Hack?
Okay.
Hack held me. It wasn't all that. I mean, he would have been better if Rebel held me from behind. Right. Is the way it was.
Sure.
Because Hack, I mean, whatever. And I slipped a couple times, and I don't know if I didn't go to street fight mode or anything, but I just felt that they were coming for me for some reason. My kids didn't know I was going to be in the Battle Royal.
Mm-hmm.
My kids that went to every single show. The only show they missed was October 3rd, the night that I got married. It's the only show that they ever did not put the papers out on the seats, paper the cars in the parking lots.
Right.
See if anybody needed water. See if anybody needed something out of their car. So they proceeded to just shoot on me. In front of my kids, I'm no selling it. I'm fine. And maybe that was where I fucked up. I don't know. Because then they ripped my clothes off.
Okay.
In front of my children, who did everything for that company. And I thought to myself, I don't want to live like this. That was embarrassing. Luckily, I had clean underwear. To the point where they ripped it. Like, there's so far to go.
Right.
And this isn't me complaining about an angle. This isn't me getting stiffed. This is not a receipt. That was
a shoot.
Humiliation.
Yeah.
In front of my family, who did everything for that motherfucker. And Eddie would not have been here and gotten his new connects, his new, what do you call it nowadays, plug, if it wasn't here. Okay. So it's a free show, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting working. I'm not expecting doing anything. So after all of this, I love that he said that or whatever, but somebody had to put the speakers back, whether they had fucking clothes or not.
Right.
They had to get in their car and drive from there to Frankfurt Avenue. No, I was living in Delco. I was back in Delco.
Yeah.
And I thought, man, I was wondering, and I knew they wouldn't even know the respect of my friends, my military friends, who used to tune in. They would tape trade, and to see me just embarrassed was like I felt like I was letting every one of my military friends down, because that as it turns out, that was the enemy. I didn't know it.
Right.
I didn't know Eddie had gone that far. And then I remember, because now I'm remembering as I'm getting closer to it. He had a cane. He hit Glenn Osborne. He put his foot on him. I believe he didn't fucking roll it out of the ring. No sold it, because I don't think this I'm not sure of. I don't think Glenn knew until he got into the ring.
Yeah.
This was my friend. This was what I thought was going to be a guy. He loved, like, Eddie would hang out with my kids. He would play video games, Donkey Kong. He would play the WCW game with my kids. He would be there for dinner. When it was him and Mick, Mick got in one of my boys' cars. Eddie got into our car. So so when we left, and so.
And they're just Steve, look, just fucking say it, dude. Like, obviously, this is a lot of stuff that's been bothering you for years. And I'll even tell you what Glenn said. Like, because now it's very obvious that whole fucking Jaworski thing was like such a cluster for many people. Like, so Eddie fucking pulled the gimmick with the cane on fucking Glenn, and like you said, Glenn, it was changed up last minute, and he fucking hit Glenn with the cane, and then fucking in seconds hit him with the cane and put his foot on him, pinned him 1, 2, 3, and Glenn was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then he said he actually like called Todd afterwards to talk to Todd about it.
Who called Todd?
Glenn did.
Okay.
And Todd was trying to put the heat on Eddie, and he's like, Eddie's the booker and this and that, and he's like, well, obviously, I don't think this is right for me anymore, and I think I'm gonna have to leave, and that's when Glenn left.
So the next day, well, I can't even tell you about that night because I can't remember it. I didn't have any drugs, sadly. I would have been Don't give me a pain, and I'm not trying to make light of anybody.
Yeah,
but I'm not a big drinker per se. I know that I'm, but I'm not like I don't drink every day or anything like that. I never drink alone, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't face my kids. Let me tell you, when I could not look in my kids' faces for close to a week, and I'm that guy because we were alone. We were so close. We are so close. We held hands crossing every street. We kissed each other goodnight every night up until they were fucking adults. I felt they thought I was a big badass soldier. So here's a funny thing. So 82nd Airborne, I was the smallest guy, and all of a sudden I had 3 kids though, and I was raising them by myself. So they decided to call me Daddy, and that name stuck. Fucking 6'2" and above monsters of men that were the greatest soldiers on this planet were calling me Daddy as a rib at first. You know what I mean?
right.
Because I was a single dad. Like they held a shower for me because just because. I mean, like I wasn't with my wife. And I felt I dishonored them.
But you didn't.
Sorry, this is
fun.
Look, I just felt I should have. You ready? Who hacks alive? I should have fucked them both up. Seriously, if I was gonna get messed up, whatever. That was the worst thing. Who does that to a man with their kids there? And Todd is the head of that snake. That was, whether it was Eddie's call or not, I'll tell you about the next time I heard from Todd.
Okay. All right. So after that, you left. You didn't go back.
I get fired the next. So Eddie calls me at 9:45 Monday morning. Okay, I'm not home. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not a pussy. Like,
dude, please.
Calls me at 9:45. Calls me back at like 10:45. I was home for that one. I just listened to the voicemail. Not voicemail, answering machine. Remember?
Yeah.
We didn't have that back then. I didn't have caller ID, so I didn't know who was calling.
Right.
So, third time, I call him back. And I have this issue. I have these walls that sometimes are controllable, sometimes not controllable. So Eddie calls twice. I call him back. Hey, Stevie, I just want you to know you're fired. I go, okay. He goes, we're not going to be using you at all anymore. I said, gotcha. Maybe he said one more thing, and I would have said, uh-huh. I knew when he called what was coming. But Todd was my friend. Todd had just been in my wedding. Todd just asked me to do TV and this. Todd just asked me to do this. Todd just asked me to do that. If you didn't like me on fucking TV, I was fine. To spearhead, and I don't want to hear, I didn't know, because you're a liar.
Yeah.
Because I did not hear from Todd until the next Thursday.
Okay.
That was, Eddie called me on a Monday twice. I called him back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking Todd's going to call me. Hey, I'm so sorry. Here's why. It's not working. Eddie's feeling this. You guys are friends, but it's rubbing. Next Thursday, he calls me. And so I got fired on Monday. I'm sitting down to dinner on Wednesday night, the night before Todd calls me. So I get fired Monday. The very next Wednesday, we're sitting down to dinner. My new in-laws are here. My beautiful family's here. Life is just grand, except for I still have the humiliation, and I had the greatest in-laws that you could just ever imagine as humans. As men at work would say, who can it be now? I walk over the door, and it is none other than Dennis Carluzzo.
Come on.
Swear to God.
Okay.
Swear to fucking God.
Okay.
I forget who his right-hand man was at the time.
Gino Moore.
Gino.
Fat
Dennis
Gino.
and I always get along. Dennis, I love Joel. I have a man crush on Joel.
Yeah.
Dennis knew how to be profitable.
Every show Dennis ran, he knew how to make money.
That's what I mean.
Yep.
That's what I mean. Glenn Ruth. Where's Glenn Ruth? There's a name I haven't thought of. Do you know who that is?
The Spider.
Exactly. Well, he was one of Dennis's guys for so long.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I thought of Glenn Ruth right now. Weren't they in the Headbangers?
I think so, yes.
Yeah. So I left that way. And then what went bad is I was a soldier. I didn't do anything wrong. I thought I forged great friendships and everything else. I misjudged life. I misjudged what I perceived as loyalty. And I shut off everybody after Todd called. And when Todd called, let me tell you about that call. I just no-sold it.
So
it was nothing about ECW.
All right. So
I'm good.
Todd called before Dennis came, or
the day after?
The day after. Okay.
Dennis came on that Wednesday night. Todd called that Thursday. Yeah, all right. I got fired Monday of one week, and then the next week Dennis came. Todd called me on Thursday. And he just said, "Hey, how you doing?" I go, "Good. How's everything?" And I'm giving him one-word answers because I'm heartbroken.
Yeah.
I was probably tearing in heartbreak. It's I know a lot of people who say they have anxiety and they have depression and this and that, and I have some massive chemical imbalances. I thought it was just this and that and then and that. You get clarity and you go, oh, you'll feel better. And see, I have trouble even looking up at times right now, because the humiliation's coming back, and I'm trying to be cathartic about all this. So I need to stop.
First of all, there's nothing to be humiliated about at all.
My children, we've never spoken about that day.
But okay, that was not your fault. That was typical scumbag fucking wrestling business bullshit.
And that's why I walked away.
And that's what they do.
But I don't know if my tail was between my leg. I think it might have been. And it's the only time that I've ever done that in my life where I let somebody not maneuver me, not outwork me, because he fucking wasn't outworking me. I mean,
but that fucking situation. See, this is where you said it earlier. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. Because you're in a fucking situation where it's a work, but now it's a shoot, but it's also fucking being taped for TV. So what do you fucking do? Do you
fuck the TV up and my friends walk out? Jay Sully walks out, motherfucker. Larry Galone, walk out, motherfucker. Bob Ortiz, we were friends. You were partners. Are you next?
What? Okay, so what happened to your partner? Your 16.3%. Was it ever discussed or?
No, it was never written down. It was a handshake deal we all had, and I was okay with that. All I wanted it was it acknowledged. And back in the day, with Johnny and Tony, like they were the two of the ones that I mattered. It was acknowledged. There was Larry, me, and Bob,
Right,
and Todd, of course, was yeah. No, and I was so hurt that my friends did not walk out. I know they should not have walked out. Please understand. I know better.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I still know better.
At that time, that's what you think, but now you realize.
Any soldier would have walked out, and I know they're not soldiers. But Jay and I were like, I got him into it. Larry Galone, I got him into it.
Right.
And but it wasn't just that I was hurt about that. I was hurt about how I was treated. I was hurt about why didn't Todd say something? Like if that thing that you put up there that Todd wanted me to go on for whatever, fucking say something, bro.
Yeah.
Like really? I don't know.
Have you? What year was that? 1993. Have you spoken to Todd since 1993?
Last time I spoke to him was that Thursday. You know, the guy in my wedding?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that Thursday. And never mentioned the company that I, helped him start. Bought in Eddie, which I'm glad it ended badly. Everything was ending with him badly at that time.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor. I don't know. Did that have anything to do with Todd's wife, Eddie? I just heard a rumor.
I mean,
and I tried to stay away from it.
Honestly, that's a rumor I have never heard.
Oh, because the rumor I had heard was they were messing around, and Eddie's Eddie. And then when I realized it, I didn't believe it. Well, they had a booking meeting, this and that, and we didn't have booking meetings. You know what I mean? So I didn't believe it. But I did hear that. I even years ago saw it on YouTube because I had trouble. I didn't watch the business for years. It took away my love.
Sure.
Of watching anything. I owned Jimmy Snuka's music. I did some of his music, so I'd get these royalty checks. And it would be like depressing. Like it would like a flashback to what could have been, what it was. I don't know who got too big for their bridges.
Well, let me ask you this. I have so many questions in my brain right now, and I know I'm going to lose track of them.
I'm sorry.
Do you have a lawyer?
Of course.
I think it might be time to contact WWE, TKO, whoever, because they've been using your fucking music on Peacock and their other streaming service for how many years?
I know.
I mean, technically, you should be fucking paid for that shit. They don't even realize probably where that music came from.
You know what? So I was in a band for the last tons of years, playing every night, sponsored by Jaeger.
That's a beautiful thing.
Dude. Play the band. We could play a bar, get $750, and I'm getting 500 from Jaeger.
There you go.
Yeah, brother. Like Jaeger used to be the thing back in the day.
Still in my day.
It was about sponsorship.
Yeah.
I forget what I was going to say, but yeah, beautiful thing.
Okay, so when this situation goes down, you are fired by Eddie.
Mm-hmm.
So you basically haven't spoken to anybody in 30 years.
Never spoken to Eddie again. My last conversation with Todd was probably under 60 seconds. I haven't spoken to Bob Ortiz.
Wow. Okay.
I haven't spoken to Sully yet. We will.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
But you have been texting.
Oh yeah, he even came into one of my restaurants yesterday. He came into La Roca, and
wait. One of your restaurants? How many restaurants you got?
Oh, I don't want to get into that. let's just focus on one thing at a time here. So Sully came in and he dropped off the book.
Okay.
And he wants me to read it. He's like, "Yeah, this is the book that everyone's making copies of," and but he's like, apparently everyone's talking. They don't want to have any sales for Todd. So I don't even know what the book costs. I'm very apprehensive about reading it. I'm just very apprehensive about reading it. I don't like a lie for something that I put my heart and soul into, something that I created, something that should be my intellectual property, some of the letters and this and that. I feel, and if people look at people's history of what has Todd been creative with since, and maybe what have I been creative with since, I think people figure out who might be a creative person.
Yeah.
But it just took my heart that day that the kids and I have never spoken about it. They've never asked why I left. They were there. They were there. They were used. They were used, man. Like, all right, yeah. Let's put all this stuff out on the seats and go hand this out to everybody as we're about to humiliate your father. Like, and let me tell you something, Chubby. There were, not to sing my kids, praise my kids or anything, but there was no single fathers back then who had sole custody,
right?
Especially with no child support. My kids are the biggest effing rock stars who have ever graced this planet, and I'm just, they all get in trouble. They grow up and be monsters, and I don't mean that really, but they all grow up and they have their own lives. But those kids did anything and everything for everybody, and they were loved. Everybody loved them. I would hope Joel would remember them, because Joel was busy. Joel was always busy.
Sure.
Doing the shows. But he saw my kids at the store. He would see my kids sweeping the front sidewalks. You know what I mean? Because I have twins. Like, they do stuff in unison. Family is everything to me. Yeah. Everything. And the military was family. And when that day happened, and I've never talked about this with anybody in this house, when that day happened, I lost respect for myself.
No.
Yeah.
Kick that fucking, dude, kick that fucking shit. It's not your fault.
I understand that I shouldn't, but the way that I am built chemically,
right,
and mentally, I did. Knowing now that I can control it and even face it 30 years later, because, man, I wanted to cancel you yesterday, and you texted me just as I'm going, he's going to kill me. What would I even say to this guy? Like, I didn't want to I didn't want tears coming down, brother. I didn't want to call Todd names. I don't want to say that Eddie was a demonized jerk off to me. His
First
last
off,
one.
no, nobody's calling Todd's. If you want to, you know what? I'll call Todd's names. I'll call Todd names to his face. I don't give a fuck. Like, but I'll also tell Todd, like, it's 30 years later,
Correct.
and I'm a grown ass fucking man now, and I said, like, Todd Todd messaged me, like, when he got wind of my whole fucking channel.
Yeah.
When I announced I was bringing Hot Body and Stetson on, he fucking messaged me. He was all excited, and I think. And Todd, again, if you're watching this, you can message me and correct me, but I'm going to fucking call you out. I think, he got excited and thought they were going to come on here and praise him. Well,
they didn't.
No,
you told me one of them was going to slit his throat or whatever.
Johnny, no, absolutely not. Johnny did have some nice things to say, but Johnny had more.
Johnny found the ECW arena, brother.
Exactly.
He found it. Called Todd. Todd told me to go get it. My car was messed. I had a white Chevy Chrysalis, whatever it's called. Computer was messed up. I take my dog Vader down to the arena, and we go there. I walk through. I'm like, dude, it's a shithole. It's perfect. It's just
it is perfect. A shit. It was a shithole.
The old Philadelphia arena. It could be the ECW arena. Now I'm not gonna say I called that, but I said that to him that day. I'm like, dude, it could be the ECW arena because it was just a fucking shithole. And I came back out. My car didn't start, and I had to get it towed. And I have the towing receipt still because that dug into my kids' food money. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Todd wasn't going to reimburse me. It wasn't his fault. But he wanted me to go down there and see the building. Yeah. So I hopped in my car immediately, went down to see it before the kids got out of school that day. Went down to see it, and, car problems, towed. But we got the place, and here I was doing all kinds of shit behind the scenes, and apparently I was a fucking speaker guy. Fuck you.
But again, like, and I not even in Todd's defense, but in all reality, whether we were in our 20s, me, in our 30s, you, Todd in his 40s, in reality, we were all fucking kids. We were all green. We didn't know what the fuck we were doing.
How old is he?
Todd, so here's the funny thing. When I was just getting into ECW in the Eastern days, I was fucking naturally, I was selling tickets, and my mom had passed away a couple years prior, and I was living with my sister, and my sister was, she was starting to come to the shows, and, I was opening up to her about things and situations and stuff, and I said to her about Todd Gordon's the promoter, and she's like, Todd Gordon? And then she was like, wait a minute, the fucking guy, the bald guy with the, I'm like, yeah, that's Todd. She's like, I went to fucking high school with him. Yeah. She's like, he was the biggest nerd in fucking high school. Todd was a Delco guy. Went to Upper Darby High School.
Todd?
Yes. Yep.
Is he also Penn State by any chance?
That I don't know. That I don't.
Told me that. I'm like, please say no.
That I do not know. Wow. But yeah, my sister went to. I think Todd might have lived in Drexel Hill, but yeah, because we were. I grew up, Upper Darby, 3 blocks away from 69th Street.
Tower, baby.
Right by St. Albans. Yeah, Tower Theater. My sister worked at the Tower Theater in the early 70s and used to fucking party with David Bowie. And when he would come in and,
David live at the Tower, baby. Great album.
He used to call her up and fucking, she used to go and do fucking coke with him. He gave her roses.
We had an English teacher.
Yes.
Lou Flieger at O'Hara. Okay. And he was a security guard there. And I ran into him years later. He became, I think, a principal at Bonner, or
Okay.
he ran Bonner.
That name sounds familiar.
And Lou DeFleeger, he was the coolest dude, bro. He was like the only dude in high school that I wanted to smoke a joint with. Like he was just, and you knew he was, and he was partying with these bands. Lou DeFleeger was a good dude.
Yeah,
he was Upper Darby. But yeah, I started when I got adopted. We moved to Ridley Park.
Okay.
And then Broomall.
Okay.
And then Broomall till I joined the Army.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. And I live in, well,
are you still talking?
I have a house in Swarthmore.
Okay.
I have a place in Manayunk as well.
Okay.
So, just the traveling, Jersey, everything. Yeah. So sometimes it's just easier between businesses. Dude, you know that I just emptied this bottle into my glass?
That's all right. I wish I was there to help you empty it, because I'm fucking.
I've never drank a bottle of Terramana tequila in my life, and I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm pretty sober. I'm not trying to get all emotional and shit, but just saying those words out now, people know why I left. I was pushed out. We had that one match. God, he had me taking Hunter Q Robbins. He had me giving him an atomic drop. I was telling Sully this. I went to pick him up, down, up. He went down, and there was no up. Mm-hmm. And we were outside the ring. It was Summer Sizzler or some shit at the arena. And I'm just like, oh, I look like I'm fucking stupid. Like why am I even here? I was really just like
was
annoyed.
Was Hunter Q, did he have any involvement behind the scenes at all?
No. So here's a funny thing. Hunter Q came in, wanted to be a manager, wanted to work the office. I literally was looking at it the other day. He had a proposal for what somebody should do. It's kind of like what I was doing in a way.
Okay.
And the salary should be $40,000, which at that time I could at least pay food bills and this and this. And Todd, I'm going to think about it. And I say to Todd, if this job is a job, I would like this job. We can discuss the salary, whatever, but I'm already doing this job. And this way you can quantify everything that's getting done. You know what I mean? We can keep track, blah, 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 make it a real marketing business, or a marketing, department of the company. So, nothing. And you saying about, you have a lawyer, own something of money, because what was the real deal when Paul left or when Todd left? Did he just leave? Did he sell? Did they settle?
That's honestly, I don't know.
So
when I went back and did my thing with the Dudleys, my run, I was there for about a year and a half, and here's the fucked up thing. So what happened was the Dudley gimmick starts, and I was on the outs, and I see on TV the Dudley gimmick, and I'm like, holy fuck, I look like a Dudley. Right? And 2 weeks later, Steve Richards calls me and says, hey, we got this new gimmick going on. Would you be interested in coming back? I think you'd be a perfect fit. And I start laughing. I'm like, dude, I'm a fucking Dudley. I look like a Dudley. He's like, meet me at the Philly Marriott after the arena show, and I'll introduce you to Paul, and let's see what happens. I said, okay. So I go, and I'm talking to Richards in the lobby, and Paul comes walking up. He goes, holy fuck, another fucking Dudley. Exact words. And he's like, what do you want your gimmick to be? And I was a huge, gorgeous Jimmy Garvin mark. Okay. And I'm like, I want to be Studley Dudley. He's like, not happening. You're fat, you're overweight, you're chubby Dudley. Come back next week, bring food, get a tie-dye, and there you go. So I come back next week, and I'm just put at ringside, eating food, and that was my shtick. Like, I was never put in the ring. I did one match. I was never put in the ring. I was always just ringside, take chair shots, go through a table, get super bombed, get this, get that, and go. I was never fucking paid a dime. They never paid me. Every time at the end of the show, you go for they're handing out envelopes.
Yeah.
I would go. I'd get a handshake.
From who?
From Paul.
Yeah.
From Todd. I was like, okay. So I kept playing the game because I was getting TV fucking exposure. I'm getting magazine coverage now. And I'm fucking getting ring rats. I'm getting free booze. And I was like weighing my options here. I'm like,
it's not so bad. Yeah.
It's not so bad. Yeah. Is that $50 really going to make a difference?
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah. So, I played the game for a year and a half. And
why did you leave? Like, how was your exit?
I stopped going because they started doing New York.
Yeah.
And when they started doing New York, I was delivering pizzas at a pizza shop in Upper Darby. And I was like, all right, do I take off on a Friday to go to New York and lose $200 when I got to pay rent and make a car payment and pay my fucking bills for nothing?
Right.
Or do I make my money here? So I had to fucking make my money. So I would just do the PA shows if they did Delaware or anything close by. I didn't go to New York. So I would do that. And I think that ruffled some feathers. And then, speaking of Dennis Carluzzo, I was very close with Dennis. So me and Dennis formed a bond when I was on my first outs with the whole Eddie thing and all. And
when was that? What time?
93, 94.
What, like, any idea of the month or whatever?
So I stopped working as the Hell Riders with ECW. I guess it was April, the second tapings, April 93.
Yeah.
So, and hooked up with Dennis, and I used to hang out with Dennis 3-4 nights a week.
Oh wow!
For years, we would get together at diners. He would be calling me up and talk on wrestling, and I used to help him behind the scenes, like with booking and stuff. And he would beg me and beg me and beg me. He's like, "Yo, Paul's not fucking paying you. Come work for me. Come work for me." I'm like, if I come work for you, I'm going to get paid, but I'm not going to get the perks of ECW.
Yeah.
And he talked me into doing it one night, and I was like, all right, I'll do it. And I fucking didn't go to an arena show, and I went and worked for Dennis. And I walk in the locker room, and Sabu's there. And I look at Sabu, and he looks at me. I'm like,
the Jersey locker room?
In the Jersey locker room. I look at Sabu. I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, what are you doing here? I'm like, I'm getting paid. He's like, so am I. I'm like, so both, it was funny because me and Sabu did that show. And then 3 weeks later for the next taping, we were both back at the arena.
Oh.
Yeah. So
I liked Dennis. I never had a problem with Dennis.
Yeah.
I think him and Joel were a little competitive for a while, as they should have been.
Sure.
But I don't think it was. I don't think it was like Todd. Todd had an animosity immediately when we would first talk about it. I'm like, how do you even know Dennis? Like, you only go to the Civic Center shows anyway.
Yeah.
So how do you even know Dennis? Like, Todd didn't know the business when we started this. No. I knew a bunch of people. Bob knew people. Larry knew a shitload of people, obviously.
Sure.
Todd didn't know, so maybe that makes him, maybe that does make him God, since, he got all the way up to being compared to Vince McMahon,
But but not for his wrestling fucking stuff.
No. Kind of for the essay stuff. Like,
Yeah.
I guess I'll read it. Sully's dying for me to read it, and I want to read it. He's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have this big meeting. We can all, like you were saying, the book club.
If we did a book club on here, I think fucking Todd would shoot the three of us.
And some of the shit I have notes, like I have the notes, just because I was that way. I forget, dyslexic, all that shit. So
yeah,
if I write it down, I don't forget it. As long as I write it in the right order. But funny. Yeah, that would be a book thing. That's funny.
All right, so all right. Let's in all these years you've been out of the wrestling business. So did you ever watch or follow ECW at all, or what was going on?
I was still involved technically. I got fired from WCW 2 weeks later.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah, I was WCW the whole time and getting a paycheck.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who KJ Tubtown is? He was
I remember seeing the name on stuff. I don't know the person.
He was bringing me up while I was in ECW.
Okay.
While I was doing the WCW thing, I was on air commentating and interviewing, whatever. And I was working production, helping them with the camera angles and stuff, because that's part of what I was doing. For Todd, right. I had a whole company, Star Studio Productions. We knew where to put things, and that we only had a budget of so small, but so we went up and worked for KJ Tubtown a few times. Do you remember Angel?
Of course.
Okay, she would work up there. Okay. Who's the dude who's dead?
Which one?
I know. He's a Jersey kid, missing tooth. God, I met him down in New Jersey at the Pitbull show. Oh man, he's like, he was a friend of Candido, good friend of Candido. Mondo Clean. Who's that?
No, Mondo's still alive.
That's not who.
You're not talking about Balls.
Balls Mahoney, baby.
Okay.
What was his name before Balls?
John Reckner.
No, before that, he was a Sultan.
A Buddha Singh.
There you go. So we were working up there with him and whatnot, and I'm putting him up in the tree doing an interview and shit, and they're loving it. They're thinking this is great, and I remember going, I'm cutting this promo. They're like, so tell us about ECW, Stevie. And I go, and we had just brought in Paul. I go, we have the David Koresh arriving to the ECW arena. Little did I know. But that's the exact name that I used because Waco had just popped off and whatnot. Yeah. And, but I meant it nicely because I thought Paulie was a friend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where he stood. He called me that one night. Dude, how do you feel about managing or even working and this and that? I think you can be this and this. That I didn't say yes right away or ever, to be honest. I think startled him. Mm-hmm. I don't know what his plan was. Probably to bury me somewhere or the other, but I didn't go along with it. I'm like, no, dude, it's not what I want.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and again, I was not there, but that show at Jaworski's, was Paul at that show?
No.
Yeah.
He wasn't physically there.
I think
he wasn't down here full time technically yet.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the blame lies fully on Eddie.
Do you?
I think that I do.
I feel
I think to make that call,
well, and I know it was him. I know he was bitter. I know the Bill Watts thing literally bothered him. What the fuck, dude? I'm the low man on the totem pole. I'm just trying to work. I'm not working with Bill Watts. I'm not calling him up going, here's what I think you should do.
But he cleaned house, which, and I've been very vocal.
I was an owner. For him to say to Todd, if I want to get rid of Stevie, Todd's got to be like, no, he's an owner. He's been doing everything.
Right.
We wouldn't be where we are without
that part.
Stevie and his family, Stevie and his kids, me papering all the WWE shows and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
We might have papered a Carluzzo show. I feel Todd has to have some culpability. Of course, he's not going to care, and no one will ever say it to him, and that's okay. I've got it out. I've said it. Still, it's so weird. I'm like, eye contact right now is reliving letting a man do that to me.
Would you be open? All right, let me ask you this: would you be open to talking to Todd or Joel?
Joel, I love Joel. Joel did nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
I would do. I care about Joel so much. You know, I know he's got things. I found some stuff on YouTube prior when he was having some issues.
Yeah,
and warning people and stuff. No, Joel is a warm spot in my heart. Mm-hmm. I would die to talk to Joel Goodhart. Okay. He looked amazing. He looked 71, looked great. Just looked great. I made a comment to Sully today. He's like, Stevie, we got to do a big TWA toast at your place. You know, I'm like,
you ain't doing that shit without me, so I better get my ass up there.
I was like, that would be pretty bad. Like, who does that 30 years later? So tell me if you know, are the McGee's still around?
Okay, so Bob McGee is still around, and he runs a wrestling website called pwbts.com, Pro Wrestling Between the Sheets.com. Sarge, as far as I know, is still around. I have not seen, talked, or heard from Sarge in probably 20 years.
Wow.
Because he doesn't do the social media thing or nothing.
Okay.
Who else do you want to know
about? John Bailey.
Bailey is still around and is now a worker. He's a manager in the business for people.
Seriously?
Yes.
I get that.
Yep.
Are Tony and Johnny still doing anything?
No. So Johnny had a lot of health issues.
Okay.
At one point was actually in a coma for a while. Had major heart issues. He said he walks with a cane now, so nothing major would be coming out of Johnny.
It's a gimmick.
Yeah. It's all work, brother. It's all work.
Yep.
Tony, I mean, if he, the way he was talking, if he really put his mind to it and got himself in shape at 65 years old, he'd still be ready to go, but he's not in that stage right now. And,
yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
How about some of the older guys? I know Waldo died.
Waldo passed away a few years back. CN Red.
Yeah,
Chet passed away about 6 months ago. Had a very, very horrible and rough battle with cancer. Yeah.
Fuck you, cancer.
Yeah.
Wow. How about Donnie Allen?
Donnie Allen still in Delco. He is probably also watching this or going to watch this. He will be a guest on here at some point very soon.
That's awesome.
It was funny as I put a thing. See, he's not even on Facebook, but He must have a secret account and watching, because I put a thing out on Facebook like 3 months ago or 2 months ago. I'm searching for Jay Sully, JT Smith, and Tigra. I get an email. Well, first I got a message from Kathy Fitz with Jay's info, and I was already in communication with Jay, and fucking Donnie sends me an email with, like, he did a Google search. He's like, I think Jay is here, here, here. Here's a possible phone number for him. I'm like, you're like James Bond, dude. Like, what the fuck?
Yo, did Johnny and Tony and Donnie all leave on bad terms? Who pushed them out, Paul?
Yeah, it was all Paul. At that point, it was all Paul. Johnny ended up having a big blowout with them because he was told they didn't have any spots for him, and he fucking snapped and left. Tony hung on for a little longer and then became the same thing. They didn't have any spots left, and they were trying to push him out. And Donnie hung out for a long time. I mean, he just had his role where, you know, they would throw him in an occasional match here and there and squash him out, but they put him in little spots here and there for years and years and years.
It just sounds like they didn't want any of us Philly guys. Like, who was left? Hack. Who else?
Hack was like truly the only Philly guy that made it through. But and all right, I'll shoot on Hack. Like, as I go back and watch, and I'm sorry to everybody because I'm going to throw us all under the bus. When you watch those original Eastern Championship Wrestling fucking stuff, it's so bad.
It's horrible.
It's so fucking bad. It's just it's not a good product. So this is where,
where's Kodiak Bear? Whatever that guy was.
The Kodiak Bear. So when the adult in me goes back, 20, 30 years, and I'm sitting and truly watching as an adult, and I'm like, I get it. Like, there's no way Eddie, looking at this stuff as a booker who's been in the business and successful at points, can look at this stuff and say, I can make money with this. There's no way. There's no way. And sadly, the thing with Johnny and Tony, because of course they wanted to revisit the whole Hot Body Stetson feud, and they didn't want to do it. So
that's what we were there for. You didn't need Lawler versus whomever or whomever versus whomever when you could have had Hot Body Stetson and do shit like they were doing, like Joel did with Mick and Eddie.
Yeah. I mean, I get their point. They did it for a couple years. They were fucking tired of it. They didn't want to keep doing it, but they didn't do it on TV. Now you could have did it on TV and taken it to a different level, and it could have worked for everybody. But, I get it. They were tired of doing it. They wanted something different.
Yeah. Well, they didn't, treating people is one thing, wanting something different is another. You got to find a happy medium.
But even, and I say this as I'm watching the stuff with Larry, like, look, Larry was most famous and very outspoken with, I don't bump. I don't take fucking bumps. And like, I watch these matches and I'm seeing Larry bump like a motherfucker. And I'm like, this is a guy who I think is trying to fight for his job and his spot now.
Yeah. He needed, Larry and I used to drive together. Mm-hmm. He needed to, I don't think he felt he was in a rut. I think he felt that people saw him at a level.
Yeah.
And he knew he was at a different level, but he wasn't showing that level because, again, he didn't do bumps.
Yeah.
And then he would start working his ass off. A lot of guys came in. Remember, like, Snuka, Jimmy, I liked Jimmy, But Jimmy didn't. He didn't bring his working shoes. He
No,
wasn't going to.
he wasn't bumping.
Morocco wasn't going to.
Oh,
That's what I was there for Morocco.
mm-hmm.
And that's what I was there for Jimmy, because I was with Sal.
Yeah.
To take the bump.
Sure.
You know, for him to go. I don't know. I just think pushing the Philly guys out, the crowd. So did all those people that we're talking about, did they stay for all the shows? The McGee's, the Baileys, they always stayed?
Every show.
With the product?
Oh, God, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, see, in all honesty, like when I left as a Hell Rider, I turned it off. I was so fucking angry and bitter and jaded. Yeah. I stopped watching. But then I started, and then I started hearing the buzz. So I started popping it back on like a year later, and I was like, "This is fucking good. This is real," and it was killing me. Yeah. I'm like, "This is really good." And then the extreme shit happened. I was like, "This is really fucking good." And then when I got to go back as a Dudley, I would when I would go out and do our fucking spot and then come back and we would all sit around the monitor and watch. I would sit there and in my head, like I'm sitting next to fucking Steve Austin, Mick Foley, Woman, Benoit. Like I'm sitting with all the fucking names in the business and I'm watching this and I'm trying not to jump out of my seat and pop because this shit was incredible that I'm watching.
Yeah.
And then when I left again as a Dudley, I went back into jaded mode for another year. But again, I'm hearing the buzz. And then when I'm seeing it, I went back and started watching. I'm like, this is fucking amazing. Like, it was so historic, magical, and monumental.
What was the last year they were good? And when did Todd leave?
I think Todd left around 97, 98.
Okay.
But and here's where
at the end. What was Todd's job?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. He after his they had him out there doing stuff with Bill Alfonso and I think one of the girls or something maybe.
I've seen on YouTube. For some reason I came across it.
Yeah.
He always wanted to be in the ring, wanted to be a worker.
Yeah.
From minute one.
96. Nick Infante just said Todd left in 97.
Gotcha. He wanted to take bumps from minute one. He wanted to be involved in the ring. Joe didn't do that.
No.
Joe didn't do that. I think Vince was starting to do it maybe or whatever.
Right.
But your look, Todd, nothing wrong with the way he looks. Just saying, that's not making money.
Yeah.
That wasn't drawing. Him and Bill Alfonso, that's not going to draw.
But it wouldn't draw, but where see, this is where
curiosity factor.
It wasn't even that. The way it was done, it wasn't set up as matches or whatever. It was just proper placement. It was just everything just flowed in a controlled but chaotic chaos.
Yeah,
and it was like I'm telling you, I would sit there and watch this stuff, and I'm like fucking popping in my head, and I just kept saying, "This is wrestling history. This is magic." And I can't believe I'm sitting here and I'm like fucking part of this.
And you were part of it from the ground up.
Yeah. And that's why the gimmick I call myself now is I'm the original ECW original. Because everybody's like, oh, I'm an ECW original. But hey, look, motherfucker, I was there from day one.
Yeah.
You weren't. The only other one from day one was fucking Hack.
Well, what do you mean from day one? Like, I was there from day one until I got fired.
Well, here's the thing.
Bob and Larry.
In my eyes, people like you, Hotbody, Stetson, Larry, fucking ECW originals.
We are. We are.
But the whole Extreme era people call themselves ECW originals.
Is that right?
Yeah. That's their whole gimmick. It's ECW originals. And I don't know who started it, but it's like no disrespect. I'll probably get fucking heat for it. But it's like, yo, no disrespect, but there was a whole generation before you.
A whole group of us beforehand.
Yeah. That
and many of us came from the same island.
Yeah.
Many of us did. Think about that. That whole beginning was all Joel. The only one we brought in outside the first time was Koloff, and then we were bringing in Sal, and then Maniac. Remember him, Metal Maniac?
Yeah, of course, Jeff.
Oh my God, I remember when he got his extensions.
He was a character.
What's that?
He was a character.
I don't know if he was rich or what he was, but he would fly Jimmy. He would pay for his own airfare and this and that, and just if he could get a spot on the card. I ended up managing him a couple times.
Okay.
At Michael Jack's.
Okay.
Because he lacked direction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I can imagine.
Yeah, he didn't know where he was going in the match, and
I worked him one time at Tabor. It was me and my old partner HD against him and Rebel.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be bad.
Yeah, it was bad.
Rebel being the superstar that he is, right?
Yeah, of course.
Tabor Hall. That was crazy.
Those Tabor Rams.
Yeah. I retired there. October 2nd. I was working I was managing Terry Taylor against Koloff. Volkov. Terry turned on me because the deal was if I win, I don't remember what the deal was. I knew that if Terry Taylor lost, I had to retire. Because that's what WCW was like, oh, no.
That was the show. We worked for fucking Rebel. Yeah.
Oh, I know that was the show.
Yeah.
October 2nd, 1992. I have it on videotape. Kathy Donahoe was up in one of the things filming from down above and whatnot. So, yeah, we had that. I'm leaving, and I get hit with a roll of pennies. Yes. I'm like, oh, I got heat. We're getting married the next day, and I'm like, oh, I got heat. I took home the belts. My son and I went out for a bachelor party at the gas station and bought some candy bars and stuff. That was our bachelor party, and then he slept that night. I think we won the belt. I don't know, September 30th. Yeah, that would make sense. And then, September 30th. And then, so that night, my son slept with the tag belts and the heavy strap. And he's a little tiny kid. So what a memory that is for him. Like he tells his friends to this day, I slept with all the ECW belts one night, and he did. It was, the night before we got married. Just he loved it, and I had to bring them to the wedding. And I got married the next day. Jim Molyneux didn't go to the show. He stayed with us. Todd went to the show. Jimmy had to go to the show. I got to ask Sully if he went. I don't know.
So Molyneux's still around. Finnegan, yeah.
You mentioned Zanoli.
Zanoli did one of these. I did him a few weeks ago. We did his.
That's great. Any of them still in the business at all?
Pretty much, yeah. They're all
really.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's good. Good for them.
Yeah.
I couldn't watch it for the longest time. I couldn't be in the room with my children to watch it, which I loved. My youngest daughter now, she knows who everybody is.
Okay.
And our dog is named Balor. Okay. So I've come back to the dark side a little bit enough. and I never met him. Like I knew Vader, not knowing like friends, but I met him a couple times, and I just wanted my dog named Vader. I thought it was funny, but naming our other dog now, he's Balor, and I said I'm going to get you a cat called Shinsuke. Yeah, my 29-year-old, she doesn't watch, but if we put it on, she knows who everybody is. I think the last time she watched, I think Jericho was probably there. She's watched WrestleManias, but Jericho with the list with Kevin Owens, and then who was working Goldberg and Brock at that time. So that's probably 5-6 years ago that she's watched. She's got other things to do.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Dude, this has been so amazing, man.
This I'm trying. I'm a little bit of a loss for words. I hope that I did not bring the mood down. No. I am such a crazy, loud, energetic guy, and I feel like, I'm being real, like more, morbid right now, or some shit. Just, Sully told me today. He said, "Dude, get it out." I said, "I'm going to call you." Man. I said, "I'm probably going to call you an asshole and a motherfucker," and he doesn't know why, and it's because he didn't quit when I got fired, and of course he shouldn't have.
Yeah.
But in my crazy mental health world, him and again my friend Larry Galone should have quit.
Right.
And I that stuck with me for years, and it was a burden to carry around. And I don't need like sympathy, but I said it's a burden. But my mental health, I get hurt, and bounty hunting, it's easy. Somebody hurts your feelings, you knock them out. Doing this, you just try to vent. So it is what it is.
I'm trying to stretch my fucking legs and everything are killing me.
I've been running all day. I'm sitting down. How am I going to get out of this chair? Hey, did we hit really over 10 viewers at a time?
Oh my God, yeah. The whole time. Really? Yeah.
All right, I'm happy. I didn't know who'd want to hear anything, and the whole Eddie thing. I'm sure I probably realized that a lot of people didn't know that I was doing WCW at the same time. The McGee's.
I had no idea.
The McGee's used to, because they knew that an angle was coming, that I was either going to have to retire at Tabor Hall or leave WCW. Like that was the whole angle, and it was a pretty good angle because no one thought I was an owner. And I think that may have helped when I lost them going, oh, maybe he's not really an owner. Maybe it really is all Todd. Because I hear Bob is the most loyal person ever to Todd. So, I don't know what his story is. But Bob and I used to joke all the time about our 16.33%. All the time. That we were part owners. We thought we had to put up 10 grand. It was $400. We would have done that, and we could have signed something. I don't care. I do care, but I don't care.
I'll tell you what. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to go take a pee break because I'm going to.
Absolutely, dude. I'm sorry if I'm holding you. I don't even know how long we've been doing this.
No. I don't want to stop. We got more. We've been going 4 hours. If you got to take a pee break, take a pee break. I got to take a pee break. So I don't want to fucking.
I'll see you in a minute.
All right.
All right. That's funny. Get another bottle of tequila.
All right. I feel so much better. What's up, everybody? Whew. I'm going to go back. We have tons of comments. I'm going to start putting them on the screen. Steve will come back. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to start popping. I'm only going to answer because I saw there's a lot of questions that don't pertain to Steve and the whole situation. So any stuff that people want to ask me about Eastern Championship Wrestling, not pertaining to Steve, I'll have to do a separate thing, like I do on Facebook. So we'll do that. But
I think they had this on at La Roca.
I'm sure they did.
I went and got another bottle too. I'm like,
what the fuck? You're leaving me out?
I'm just a little bit. I'm not.
Dude, my bladder was killing me. I had to go so bad.
Turns out I did too. I didn't know it's a little.
I'm sure. I had a small bottle of fucking tequila and a bottle of wine. So
the old clips of Eastern are really good. It's the only reason I can sit to it. I love it. So we got to get you up here to do a TWA toast to Joel. How about that?
Oh, we're going to
feel that guy. We wouldn't be talking about any of this without Joel. Steve and Jay Sully were a way better commentary team than anybody today. That's a lot. Yeah, but we had the most fun. I mean, oh my God, one of my cooks this morning, she sends me this. I don't know if it was on Instagram or no, it was probably just a regular text. And it's got a video of me and Sully. And I got it's from Wrestling Voices. Okay. And the guy's just ripping the shit out of me. He's like, watch him rubbing his hands. Wait for the end. Wait for the end. He's going to point. And I point, and you hear the guy just go, ah! Dude, that's what I do every day of my life. If you thought that I was just doing something on TV stupid, go with it. I said to one of my daughters, I don't know if he's being negative or positive. The video is from like 2019. What does that say? You guys remember Rick Perez? Of course, Rick Perez. Yo, we put him in
with Mr. Anthony.
The Flame. Anthony came out to the music. I touched myself by the divinals.
There you go. And actually, I'm friends with Rick on Facebook. He lives in Florida now. I haven't spoken to him, but he does.
Ever stay in the business?
I don't think so.
Gotcha. Yeah, I know that they were new.
Yeah.
And the guy with the white hair wasn't from. I don't even think he was local. Did DC Drake wrestle in ECW? Yes, he.
In ECW, it was only like once, twice, maybe. It was nothing.
Was he there April 25th or 6th? So 25th was the night that Jimmy won the belt. And the 26th was the night, or the morning, the afternoon that Johnny won the belt. Did you remember that? Here we go. So Battle Royal, Kensington comes down. Now it's a one-on-one match between Sal and Jimmy.
Okay.
I thought I broke Jimmy's foot. I was supposed to do this thing and he moved. And I hit him and I go, Now, I don't know if you were ever in the ring with Jimmy.
Yes, I was.
You can't feel him.
Yeah.
I mean, I was like, and we were friends. I'm like, I'm going to get it back. It's okay. You know, you can't feel him. and he winds up, and I'm like, here it comes. Oh, damn, that was good. So Jimmy won the belt that night. Here's one of my here's true ECW lore. Jimmy wins the belt that night. We brought in a couple people, and then we went back to the Marriott. And I told the DJ to play 2 songs, and I talked to everyone at the tables. They played World Class Wrecking Crew, which was LL Cool J and and we're all dancing. And I told all the boys and everybody, Kathy Fitz, everybody. And when the next song comes on, I need everybody to go sit down. I'll be sending shots of champagne or whatever. And me and Kathy are dancing, and then she's just like, where'd everybody go? And I got down on one knee on the dance floor in front of all the boys.
Oh, shit.
On April 25th.
My birthday.
Is that your birthday?
My birthday, yeah.
Oh, happy birthday. A little early. Oh, yeah. And so we did that. So that was kind of like, the family thing of ECW. You know what I mean? Like, and then it didn't.
And see moments and reasons like that, when it comes down to what happened, that's why it hurts so bad.
Yeah, because I did that with my family. I did that, I was trying to show them who we are, and we're going to be, whatever. We'll have kids or whatever.
Yeah.
Instead of just going ha 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 ha, because it wasn't fair to her. Because she was upset.
Yeah.
And she couldn't say anything to me because of who I am, which is not fair to her. It was just brutal, dude. It was the height of my depression in life. It was the height of my paranoia in life. It was the worst couple of weeks of my life. And I've had people get sick, and I don't mean to belittle anybody who's gotten sick. Short of cancer or somebody dying or anything, that was the worst time of my entire life.
Well, I mean, honestly, and this is the person, like I said at the beginning of all this, that went through years of therapy.
Yeah.
It sounds like it wasn't just a couple of weeks, dude. It's been many years this has been bothering you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this never went away.
Yeah.
There was no way I was going to give the reason why I left. I could say I quit. None of you would have known. And I could have sold it. I could have said, oh, Todd didn't like me, whatever that guy put up. And I could have just sold that. I'm telling the truth, and it puts me in a light that I don't prefer. I don't like. I'm not comfortable with. I'm comfortable with being the life of the party, the loud guy, the make people happy. Let's rock. Let's what can I get you? What do you need over there? And I just feel no one came to my defense ever. Ever. And I couldn't talk about it. Dude, I've talked about it more with you now than my wife and Dr. Glock. Him and you. Like Sully. I told Sully, like I said today, I'm going to call you a couple names, but I just want you to know that's what I called you back then.
Right.
And I didn't mean it because my soldiers would have left.
No, dude. Fuck. No. You meant it because you were feeling it.
Yeah.
And it's, years later.
But I'm okay with Sully because Sully didn't know what was going on. And Sully was a mark.
Yeah.
In a good way. And all of a sudden, he's on TV with wrestling that we used to talk about all the time. And, no way could I knock him, but it was very hard to accept it.
Yeah.
That I couldn't watch. I could not tune in to see my friend announcing, and I'm gone. The guy that I got involved.
Right.
You know what I mean? My ego wouldn't allow it.
Sure.
Sucks. I mean, I feel like I'm going to get better now because, if another 20 people watch this, some of my friends are going to go, oh, and some of them still call me daddy. They're like, oh, now I get daddy. Now I get why when something happens, he disappears for a little bit.
Right.
Because that's his mental health protection is just to hide.
Sure.
And hide's not a good word. To stay out of the spotlight, stay out of any limelight, stay out of crossing paths.
Right.
I'll shop late at night if I need to go shop. I ran into Hack Pathmark.
I was gonna say Wawa.
Pathmark. Remember Pathmark, Lawrence Road?
Of course. Yeah.
Ran into Hack one day there, and just was talking like it was nothing. Now, Hack and I were much friendlier during the TWA days.
Okay.
He's from Broomall.
Hmm.
I knew his best friend very well, Ruben. That's who Todd wanted to put the belt on right away. Did you know that?
I did not. The whole early Sandman days, he was just not over at all.
The surfer gimmick, yeah. Well,
horrible.
He spit on a waitress. Like, oh, that's a great way to have your champ. He spit on a waitress at Michael Jack's at 8th and Market.
Okay.
In December. And we then, we're going to try to come back in February 25th. Well, we did as he stubborn, but he wasn't on the show. They wouldn't allow him on the show. Did you know that? Hack didn't work the first ECW show. Todd was probably beside himself. These two barely knew each other, and then I'm hearing, oh my God, they're like best friends and this and that. And
right.
Okay, whatever. I mean, Hack wasn't, I liked Hack. Hack used to call me. We'd be talking. Yo, I'm in the bathroom. I just hit it 3 times. I took like 4 aspirin. You should see it flowing down my face. This is TWA time. Standing in the mirror, gigging. Hack loved the business, but he wasn't much of an athlete. Big kid. But whatever. And did you ever have to get hit with that cane?
So there was one time, the one time they put me in a match, they needed an opening match. It was in Jim Thorpe, PA, and it was the Bad Crew against El Puerto Ricano, and they said, "Hey, Chubby, you tag with El Puerto Ricano." So they said, I guess Bad Crew was going over, or maybe I don't even know. Maybe we didn't maybe hit a finish, but Hack was coming out and going to fucking cane the shit out of all of us. And Hack came to me and he goes, "Look,
I had to take it, right?"
Well, he said, "When I hit that ring, I'm hitting you first. You're getting one shot, fucking powder, and go to the dressing room. You don't deserve to be out here."
Are you kidding me?
I swear to God. And that's what I did. And as I took my shot and fucking powdered and was walking back to the dressing room, all I heard was whack, 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 whack.
Where was your shot? Where did he hit you?
In the back of the head.
No staples, no cut?
No.
I didn't like that thing. I know that started right after I left.
Yeah.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy Cairo, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was like right when I was gone. The whole blinding thing.
Yeah.
I've heard about.
That was the gimmick. That was the angle that I turned it back on and I got sucked back into. So I thought it was such a great angle.
It was a great angle. I didn't like the participants necessarily, but what are you going to do? I like Tommy actually. That's not true.
Now Tommy, who I'm in touch with,
nice.
He actually one of his legs was partially amputated about a year ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania state champion. Where the fuck did that come from?
What was the point? I think
it was Tony first.
Yeah.
Was it Tony first?
I think so.
Then Cairo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like that. Too much, and then the whole TV thing, like we already talked about with Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
And I call him Glenn. I wasn't close with him. I knew I liked him.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was a nice kid, nice young dude. But I saw that after what happened with me, and I'm just like, oh, he's out of his mind. Meaning Eddie, like he's just on that binge or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm going to read the book. Sully's going to make me read the book. He's like, you'll never look at Todd again, the same way. I'm not worried about looking at Todd. I'll never see Todd again.
You never know. You never know.
You know who I'm going to see again? I'm going to see you. I'm going to see Sully. I'm going to find Larry Galone. We're going to do.
You're going to see Goodhart.
TWA shot to Joel. Oh no, I want Joel in the center of this.
Joel's already told me he wants to come down to your restaurant and fucking.
I want him, and I want to raise a glass to him so he knows what he means to so many of us. I
tell him all the time I love him.
I ended with a bad taste in my mouth, and I feel better tonight. Again, for me, this is a process. We'll see how I feel tomorrow. We'll see how I feel when my youngest daughter, who I guarantee is watching or will watch, wasn't born when that happened.
Sure.
So she never knew about it till now. You know what I mean? And we'll see. We'll see. This was cathartic to me, though. I didn't think I was going to get through it, honestly. But and now I have like a million stories. Like we didn't even touch TWA, which is fine. We can almost do a whole TWA thing version.
I got a shit ton of comments to go through too.
Do you?
Let's see. So all right. So DC Drake was in ECW at the very beginning. Career-ending injury during the early days of the company. Paulie brought him back for one match against Cactus in '95.
Yeah, Mick told me.
Yeah,
Mick told me. I stayed friendly with Mick.
Wrestles full-time after his injury at the company first started. Chubby reviewed the episode where Ron Jaworski confronted Eddie Gilbert. Stevie was helping out the good guys. Stevie, do you remember anything about it? Why were you with the good guys?
At Ron Jaworski's?
Yes.
I was getting babyface reactions everywhere. Even though I was supposed to be a heel. Me, Larry Galone, and some of us went to the Open Days Phillies game, and they recognized me. And it was like, "Oh, you're just funny. You're quick." I think, I remember, I was supposed to. I think that's it. I was just supposed to, and that's why Sandman. I guess was he a face? No, and Rebel and Sandman.
Sandman was technically supposed to be a face. Rebel was the heel.
But they were holding me and working me together at Ron Jaworski's.
Yeah. Shoot.
Tony, were you there?
I wasn't there.
No, I'm asking Tony.
Was Tony there? Let us know.
All right.
Love Stevie. It was great hearing from how we are doing on the November to Remember podcast series. I'm lost on this one.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry, Hollywood.
I'm drinking tequila. I don't know everything that I'm supposed to know.
But it is wonderful.
Can I give a quick plug? This is kind of
fun. Of course. Plug whatever the hell you want.
Here. So I got Terramana sitting here, right? The Rock's tequila,
I'm
obviously.
so jealous.
So, well, he reposts everything I do, which is great. Not him, Terramana does. So, we're holding a press conference on Saturday morning.
I was wondering who the press conferences were. Go ahead.
We are announcing coming to Philadelphia, coming to La Roca, one-on-one, the debate. Kevin Hart and Gran Coromino, the official tequila of the Philadelphia Eagles, versus his good buddy, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
Nice.
Then we are holding a massive taste testing contest. People blindfolded. We're going to do the people's margaritas, all that stuff. It's called Tequila Mania.
I love it.
Yeah, my front windows, I have these front windows that fold out to the street. We're going to have Kevin Hart in one, but we needed to hold this to another day.
So is Kevin Hart and fucking Dwayne going to be at your place?
That's what the press conference is to announce.
Whoa, that's huge.
Well, think about it. La Roca, what does that mean?
What does it mean? I don't even know.
Oh, The Rock.
Oh
yeah. Yeah, there's a picture of him kind of painted on the wall. We put a Lucha Libre mask on it.
I got to get the fuck up there.
Yeah. Dude, what we got to do, I got to get you up here. I got to get a bunch of us so that I can host this for everybody of just love. And the TWA original ECW people.
Yeah.
And my first toast would be to Joel Goodhart. And I would love to have Joel there. I cannot wait to see him, to give him a big hug. I've had so many good days with Joel, so many great nights watching wrestling and bit my lip and just hearing stories. Joel told me a story one time. My first Chinese food I ever ate. I think it was me, Marla, Joel, and a guy by the name of Larry Fole. He's telling me he's Larry Fole. I'm like, dude, I already know who that is, stupid. But it was the first Chinese food we ever had. It was up behind, right off the boulevard, Coppin and the Boulevard. There was a place back there. I forget what it used to be called. And it was the first Chinese food I ever truly, really ate. And it was with Luger and Joel and Marla.
That's funny.
Yeah, and I don't know why we had Luger in. But Joel one day, I need to catch up with him and ask him to see if he remembers. Something happened. I think, and I'm guessing that his in was Paulie. They were going to put the NWA strap on Lawler. Okay? This is around 90 or 91, I believe. And Joel had the inside scoop. Joel, and he wasn't working me, wasn't ribbing me. I forget what the whole plan. And Paulie knew, and I think maybe Paulie said something to somebody or something. And I think Paulie got fined and suspended, and they didn't switch it. But when you talk to Joel again,
okay,
ask him if Lawler was ever going to get the NWA belt. Because I remember sitting in the car with Joel and him telling me, and me going, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like, wow, this is cool. This is cross promotion and shit. Oh yeah, I'm
supposed to have a phone call with him tomorrow.
Oh, that's awesome. Joel Goodhart, man. He watched some pay-per-views at my house because apparently my cable box didn't work properly, and it just showed all the pay-per-views. I don't know. It was so bad. I couldn't fix it. So why bother? I just let it be.
Right. All right. Nick Infante says, "Hey, folks. Joanne Tracy. Hi, Nick." Nick says, "What was it like working with Paul Heyman?"
Two-faced. Again, I met Paul when he was a photographer.
Everybody says that. Everybody says that about Paul.
Yeah, and here, like I remember where I was upstairs the night he called me. It was like 11:30. And I was kind of waiting for a call, but he called at like 11:30. He's like, "Dude, you're going to be my new DDP. You can talk. You know, how good can you bump? And I'm sitting, and I didn't get to the part where I still need to work on my offense per se. You know what I mean?
Right.
To look good enough.
Mm-hmm.
So I felt that I had a great conversation with Paul. It went nowhere. And the next day I saw him, I remember he walks up to me, he goes, little pig, where, whatever that song was back in the day.
Green Jello.
Green Jello. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
And he goes, Stevie, I need some music like that. I go, cool. Who, you know, for who, what kind of gimmick? So I can try to get a feel or something.
Sure.
And he goes, I'm going to get you a list. I'm going to get you a whole list. Because that's what I really wanted. I just wanted to record music. I just wanted to be in a band. I wanted to play my band live.
Mm-hmm.
Paul helped me do that at Pulsations, especially Pulsations, when I worked for John Taffer from, I don't know if you ever saw Ball Rescue.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, John was our boss.
Right.
And you know, that was great. Did you guys work there?
ECW worked there before I went back.
Gotcha. I knew that there was something, and I was annoyed at that just because I get it, you know.
I actually ended up living literally right around the corner from there for 22 years before I moved here.
Please try again.
Siri, I didn't say anything to you. Something went wrong. Please try again. No one's talking to you. Go to sleep.
Let's see. It is interesting to see Stevie Wonderful in the intro for ECW Hardcore TV getting hit with a chair.
I was going to say that. It's the first chair shot on TV from Tony.
There you go.
It's the first ECW chair shot on TV.
That's hysterical.
That's so funny that he saw that. I love that, bro.
I believe Stevie also worked in the music department for ECW. Yeah, the whole time. He was there. He was the department. Yeah. Joanne said, "You were a Delco rock star."
You helped make me that way, love.
I think most people deal with some sort of mental illness. I am undiagnosed, but I have pure OCD, so I feel you on the anxiety.
Go to somebody, talk to somebody. It sounds harder than it actually is. Getting into the car to go do it is hard. Getting out of the car at a building is hard. But you know that you're going the right way. You know you're trying to not lock everything in. And I've done it. I'm a big believer in therapy.
Me too.
Again, my guy was Doc Locke, and he didn't fix me in any of this, obviously, but at least he listened to me. He was the only one that I could ever talk to about it. He didn't know. He doesn't watch wrestling. He didn't know who I was. He didn't know who my band was. So I was very anonymous, which was very cool. Well, sometimes. What do you do for it? This podcast is therapy for. I love that. I love that. Let's take a break from all the nonsense to watch this. Good man. Good man. Yeah, talk about real stuff, and thank you, Tony. Talk about real stuff that happened to real men, both of us, and it hurt both of us, you know, at times. You know, we both have had marriages that ended. So, and I know yours was rough, apparently. My ECW breakup was rougher than my marriage. Yeah. It wasn't even close. To me, it wasn't. My whole life changed. I became a single father of 3 children. And then when we had a going away party is when I had my 4th. I got her pregnant as I was getting sent back to the Pentagon to be stationed. We were in Germany and you know, cool. We'll hook up. Next thing you know, Sergeant Truitt, hi, I'm pregnant. Fuck. So that's how we ended up with 4 because we were split after 3. And this, you know, bigger. It's all mental illness. It's talk to somebody. Just talk to somebody. It just helps. It just helps.
Stevie looks great. Yeah, you do, man. You absolutely do, dude.
I'm an old man. What am I now? 62, 63.
Are you really?
Yeah. Yeah, and I get like 20,000 steps every day on my phone when I don't put it down. A lot of flights of stairs. I have crazy energy. Um, I try to survive. My family is everything to this day as it was back then. I can't do anything without my family. I can't function without my family.
Oh.
I think just knowing that they're there anywhere that they are, I'm ready to rock and roll every day. My feet hit the floor in the morning, I'm ready to go. Like I'm ready to go. Full speed. We were talking earlier. How many bumps could you take? I go, I can take bumps 2 nights in a row.
Mm-hmm.
And then I need a little time maybe to recover. I don't know, whatever.
A week off.
Yeah, we'll see how it feels. My back, I can handle all that. Who's that? My last appearance was on. Yeah, yeah, and that was recorded before. Like they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, totally.
Like, yeah, they knew. It should have been that way. It wasn't fair. I think that they didn't think I was a businessman because I had just come from businesses and I'm telling them, yeah, well, suddenly I'm homeless. I wasn't homeless. I just had to sleep on my parents' floor until I got a new place.
Yeah.
And that's kind of homeless, but because I had 4 children and there was no dues, there was no shelters. Like, back in the day when I was on welfare because of the kids, there was no WIC, milk that they give you.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I had a penis.
Yeah.
WIC was only for women. It was whatever. So I felt worse things, but then in the ECW, the ending, I was just fucked up. Well, whatever. You move on. Like I gotta tell you, this whole night, this whole thing, reminiscing with you, talking with you, knowing that I'm going to talk to you again about whatever. I'm healing. I am healing.
I love that.
That's
the most important part out of all that. Like, and I said to you earlier, like, because you were like, dude, I don't think anybody's going to care, nobody's going to watch. I'm like, dude, I don't give a fuck if it's just me and you. And that's like, seriously, like, it's more important to me about us reconnecting.
And we have it. You've done so well.
And also, too, and I'm being very fucking honest and sincere. Like, I didn't know none of your story, and I am curious as fuck, just as any other person that truly loved ECW. And ECW and Tri-State, especially Tri-State and Joel, have a very, very special place in my heart always.
Huge.
So, like I said, like, all I ever saw was Stevie running around, running, and like nobody ever, like, in my eyes, was like actually hanging out and talking to Steve, because Steve was always too busy running the fuck around doing something.
And I would never say that I worked back then. I didn't tell people, oh yeah, I work for TWA. No, the whole we wrestle, we brawl, we do it all.
Right.
I think Joel had me record that with my voice. We wrestle, we brawl, we do it all, the whole thing. And then Todd wanted me to do, what did we do with the ECW one? It's not for everyone.
Yes.
So, like Todd was trying to copy off Joel literally from the beginning, and that's okay. I mean, Todd was new to this. My feeling just was Todd was a man. Todd was a father. Todd was a husband. Todd was supposed to be my friend, but even if he wasn't, he was those other things. I just feel, even in the dirty business of wrestling, the dirty sometimes business of wrestling, what happened at Jaworski's shouldn't have happened. You want to fire me? Fire me. I'm good. Yo, you want Eddie? You want to go in the back again, and you want to persuade me into a physical altercation? I'm good. Let's do it. Let's get it over with, because I don't like this hanging over my head. The problem with the altercation that I wanted to, the kids were out by the ring with you guys. My kids.
Yeah.
We were already papering the seats for the next night. My kids. And then he pulls me in the back to give me shit. And, you better wear a suit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Blah, blah, blah. I thought he was ribbing me. I really was waiting to go. But no. And had he tried to get more personal, I think I would have done something dumb. And he could have killed me, maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. But getting a pound of flesh wasn't worth it, but I regretted it the way he kicked me out.
Sure.
And the way Todd allowed it. I know you feel it was Eddie, and that's cool. I would love to do a poll. I wish people could do a poll. Hey, Kath, miss you. We should do a poll, like, who kicked me out, Eddie or Todd, or like, I don't know. It was, my spot was not protected at all, and I didn't do anything against anybody.
I think it was mostly Eddie, but I'm sure Todd had to know.
Well, after it happened, why doesn't Todd come up and say something to me? Here, do you need a pair of pants?
Yeah.
Here, let me help you carry your speakers as you're naked across that grass. Like, what the fuck?
He was he probably fucking felt bad too. He was.
Nah. You're giving him way too much credit, brother. Not an ounce of me feels he felt any bad. He's had 30-some years to say, yeah, you were a man. You helped me a lot. You did this. And I allowed something to happen. I just wanted to tell you it was probably good that we fired you, but that never should have happened. He doesn't really need to say it's probably good we should have fired you. He should have said, I'm sorry, brother. That never should have happened. I respect. He just showed me zero respect. And again, all I could do was not enough. And that's all I was doing was everything. Just any and everything, whatever it took. And when I was promoting WCW, I was pushing the shit out of us. You know what I mean? When I was on Preston and Steve with Jake and whatnot, when I was on who was the other show? Was it the Bella? I forget who the other Philly show was. Tommy Conwell, my buddy. You know Tommy?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so we did those shows, and I had I think we had Sting on that. I don't have regrets because the WCW run for me was great. Dusty Rhodes in the back asking me who I am because I'm wearing a suit and a tie, and he's looking at me going, is he a worker? Is he what is this guy? And couldn't have been nicer to me. And then Vader I thought he was gonna fucking kill me. I thought he was gonna kill me. And he was my favorite. And he was gonna kill me. And Mick, Mick I stayed friends with for years. Sting, the only time I saw Sting ever was at WCW shows again. And I think he had gotten hurt. So he missed some, so he wasn't there. So I never saw, I was never in a room with him going, after we had a marvelous lunch. Me, Gary Juster, Bruno Sammartino, and Sting. I'm a complete happy guy, bro. I made sure I didn't mark out. I let Bruno know that my father turned me on to him. I wanted to pay attention to Sting, but I was just like, wow, I got Bruno in the front seat of this car. It was the coolest thing. And WCW never reimbursed me for that rental car, just so you know.
Right.
We were talking about that. What was I saying? Todd Gordon book club meeting. Yeah. I want to know what's in there. If I had to guess, Scorpio and Todd were taking turns doing coke off the body of the rat.
It's more than that.
I was gonna say that's not the worst thing. Sully is.
You're on the right path, Nick. Yeah.
Sully's like, dude, I don't know what more is going to come out about Vince, but Todd had to. Even Todd told the Times guy story that Todd apologized to his wife for staying with him through the book. Tequila, yeah, baby, here you go. Don, here we go, shot in my big skull glass.
That's Don Woodlock.
Do I know him? I'm sorry, I forget a lot of names.
Okay.
Here we go. All right, let's hurt my feelings, Tony. ECW unaired TV pod had the.
Saw that one.
Yeah.
We saw that. Let's see. I think we saw this one too. Yep. Let's see what this one is. Last year was the 30th anniversary of the ECW Hardcore TV.
Wow.
Anthony Alston says, been looking forward to this interview.
What do you want to know? Any other questions that you can ask Anthony? This has been easy. No hard questions at all.
It's been a fun way to catch up with everyone, Joanne says.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, Anthony said, got to talk about the ECW TV episode where Heyman told Stevie he was needed in the back and we never saw him again. Big time dick move. How that situation was handled. How about that? That's a very good question.
I was in the back. I was sent to the back, and I was put. I want to say with Joe at the monitor. At Hawk was Hawk on that show. I kind of remember going to the back, going, like, is Paulie going to take my spot? Is Paulie just wanting some TV time? It wasn't planned out to me, obviously. It was, that was a complete shoot, by the way. It was a complete shoot. And I went back with Joe. I think that's what I did. I sat at the monitor right inside the curtain and just tried to no-sell it because I didn't know what was going on. And again, I'm a fourth owner. I should know what's going on. I don't want to look stupid as a business. I'm a businessman now. I don't know if I look like a businessman, but I am a businessman. I'm all about the business. I got multiple businesses all over. I treat them as a business, and with respect to the people that represent me, you don't want them talking bad stories, this and that. He didn't. They could have told me. Todd could have said, "Yeah, we don't like this. We don't want to do this." Tell me what it is you want. It doesn't mean me stay on TV because it was causing heat with WCW, and I liked working there. It was easy. Got to talk about the ECW paper tools. He was headed to the back. Yeah, never saw him again. Big time dick move on that session was handled. Yeah, it was. It was Paulie, because Paulie had called me probably that week. I believe that was probably the week he called me. And again, hindsight, is it because I said no? I don't have the time to be in the school all the time and everything. And thank you for saying that. You are, Kathy. You are a legend, and I miss you, and Kathy misses you. And Kathy, if you're listening, the last WWF show I went to was with you, March 20th, 1992. Flair pinned, Hogan pinned Flair, and we were hanging out in Sherry's room the whole time, having a blast. I love you, Kathy. That was my moment. I found out Daddy Says So with Stevie Wonderful. Yep, that's me. I did get that a lot. A lot of people would recognize me, actually, with the band and the casinos and this and that. But it was all right. In Canadian, so Joanne. You were part of the Brat Pack. Brat Pack that I loved. There were certain women that would just follow our band around. And I don't mean in a bad way. One of my funniest stories, Joanne, if you hear that, is we're playing at Whiskey Tango one night. And I think we were on break and we were searching. There might have been a smell of marijuana in the air and we were trying to find it. And all of a sudden, you guys come pulling up. And I'm like, oh, my Delco girls are in the house. The Brat. Yeah, they would follow us and they would support me and my idiot band all the time, like anybody. If somebody had ripped off all my clothes, they would have yelled at them because I would have been ugly and fat. No one wanted to see that. But if I was in the ring and that happened, they would have had my back. Joanne, Brenda, I'm sorry. They had my back, man. Donna. Yep, those girls. My band. I love the band.
For the record, I thought Todd was full of crap.
Yeah. I guess he also needs to sell books. You know what I mean? So whatever he writes in that book can be whatever. I mean, I can write a book. I can write a book how Joel pocketed all the money, and faked going out of business. You can write anything. People don't care. They're going to read it. And Todd having a book saying Todd is God is the most ridiculous thing I can imagine. I used to think it was bad that I had a band called Daddy Says So, and my name is Daddy. Like, that's kind of pretentious. And I'm not even the lead singer. So that's really pretentious. But Todd is God. Wow, it's all good.
It's all good.
We need to get together. Yo,
Kathy
Fitz, how about a TWA / ECW Originals toast? Like all in person. Like,
you got to give me enough time to get situated to get up there.
Dude, I'm going to start looking for flights now. You're going to get a little time off. You haven't seen him. What does that say? You haven't seen him do shots?
Yeah. Well, I've been seeing him do shots all night long.
Dude, I drank over a bottle of tequila. Well, what she means, part of my gimmick before Hack. How funny is this? Way before Hack. Miller Lite was one of my sponsors. I would take a bottle and just turn it upside down and just chug it during certain songs.
That's
and we get to the part in Rock and Roll All Night where I had to spit it out and start singing again. It was funny. So Hack, I know all his beers. Was he drunk the night that he came out and did that spot?
With you?
No, with you. With he hit you once and told you to powder.
He was always at that point. He was like, he'd be walking into the dressing room with a cooler.
How did the boys honestly feel about that?
Not
to his face.
Some didn't like it.
It's unsafe.
The pure ones did not like it, but for that locker room, it worked for the most part. Sure. But also too, there was a few that went on record and said they worked with him sober and they worked with him fucked up, and they preferred him fucked up.
Really?
Yeah.
It's funny. We're out at his friends one day, Ruben. We're at the pool, and I had written some music for him. He was still the surfer gimmick, and it was kind of like a flair thing. That's what he wanted. He wanted to come out to like some pomp and circumstance. This is all before the beer thing. He wanted to come out to pomp and circumstance, and I had this song. It was called Dreamcatcher, I think. And it wasn't edited enough, but it was a lot of keyboards and just blah, blah, blah bullshit. But he loved it. He goes, can we get it to like build up? I said, yeah, but is that what you really want? Like, you're a surfer. How about I play some Beach Boys riffs? You're a surfer.
Right.
Whatever.
right, let's see here.
The
Yeah, we
episode was
saw
fun.
that.
Yeah, we know August would have been the final month of the Gilbert era in ECW. Yeah, and I was going in July. Yeah, like a month before me. They became associated with NWA around that time. Yeah. Paul came in. Paul was a shark. Joel knew who Paul was. And I know Joel wasn't involved, but Joel knew that, that's putting a predator in the hen house.
Yeah.
We didn't, and I don't mean about the money part. He was gone for 2 reasons to leave. One reason was that Eddie was falling out with Todd and Paul. Yeah, well, he was missing shows. I know he was missing shows.
Right.
Missing
shows and missing like
meetings.
A lot of meetings and
TV stuff. Yeah. NWA had beef with Jim Crockett due to the way Jim Crockett purchased promotion in '97. Yeah, and but with Eddie with Crockett, to me it was Bill Watts because he was on the outs with Watts, and then I could actually say, yeah, I work for WCW, and it's ultimately it's Cowboy Bill Watts. It didn't sit well with him, and I don't know how or why. On a lighter note, we all know Sully was better looking of you two. He was, and obviously this has got to be Jay. And aged more gracefully. Dude, really? Do you contribute that to his straight edge lips? You are a funny MFer, Don. Thank you for making me laugh. Jay, Sully, and I lead kind of the same life in a way, as it turns out, from what I'm finding out. Yes, I agree, Bill. We got to get him up here. I will supply the booze for the shot, and it will be good booze, and we will toast the hell out of Joel. We can make a lot of other toasts. Like we can make a toast to the boys who bled buckets. Johnny, Tony, would love to see those guys. Whether they want to drink or not, there's not.
Yeah.
Just I think, and it doesn't have to be a whole reunion where we're going to rent some place out. I got spots.
Shit, we're going to come to your place.
That's what I'm saying. We'll do it that way. It's done right. We can go inside and outside.
Yeah, man.
We can put videos on the TVs. I can put whatever I want. We can put old shows on. I had the most TVs in Manayunk. I had like 23 TVs, which really isn't a lot.
Shit. That's
it's
a lot.
Really not a lot. But there's no sports bars in Manayunk. So that's why.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. I'm the only sports bar, whatever, the Eagles. Penn State football. We're the official Penn State football location. Us, Tradesmen, and I don't know, Iron Hill Brewing or something like that. One other one. Todd did leave in '97. Not soon enough. Just dropping it out to show you all. First and last 11, going 4:30 comes early. Get some rest, brother. Thanks for stopping in. I think it was kayfabe commentary at the time. Eddie got rid of Stevie Wonderful and Todd after he was against it, and talking like Eddie didn't even know you. Yeah, and that was a joke because everybody knew that Eddie and I were friends for years.
Wow.
Years. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right.
Trust me, Jeremy. So am I. We all are.
Yeah. I hope I'm not blurring your thought of history. There we go. Daddy says so. Daddy fucking says so. Stevie's the man. Yeah. Thank you, Santa.
So Santa Kringle is Frank Cody, who did stuff in early ECW.
Okay. All right. Good seeing you, brother. That's awesome. That is awesome.
DJ plays favorites. I don't know who that is.
Hey, are you a DJ at La Roca? I don't know. Please thank Stevie for me being such a class act in the locker room during my first match.
Oh, there you go.
Of course. We all were here for each other. That's the way it was supposed to be.
Supposed to be.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Paulie going into the Hall of Fame? Who's he going to mention? Who's he going to mention?
Somebody said earlier on my Facebook page that Paulie has tried to actually distance himself from the whole ECW thing.
Sure, but he did. He put out a video or something, I think, or some statement that he's going to cover from his extreme to the bloodline or whatever. I'm guessing you guys, Sabu, or maybe Terry Funk. You know what I mean? Because the Hall of Fame. Funk's in the Hall of Fame, right?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
And then the Dudleys.
Yeah.
I think, you know, I can't see him mentioning Todd.
No, I don't think he'd mention Todd.
Yeah, I don't see that happening.
I don't think he gives two shits about Todd.
Why should he? Why should he? Oh shit, Tequila Mania. Yeah, baby. It's coming. Baby. It's coming.
Will you be attending the Hall of Fame?
We're gonna be working.
We're gonna be doing your own Hall of Fame right there.
Yeah, brother. We're gonna do lots of stuff. I want to book Stevie for a meet and greet if he's up to do so.
Oh,
You don't need to book me. Come talk to me. We'll hang out like old friends, and you know, just deal with me getting better after all of this right now. Cabrini College, hanging the posters. Yeah, man. And my kids, oh my God, we went up there all the time, just in the snow, bringing the you know, everything. Jesus, Cabrini, what memories. Yo, so we're doing TV. They don't tell us anything that we're gonna do. All right, it's Terry's up there now, and Todd wants to show off to him. And Eddie shows them whatever. You know what I mean? Was it Eddie that shows them whatever? All I know is we're out at the announce table. I forget what match it is. And then there's some back and forth between me and Terry. And he picks me up and punches me. It was the greatest thing. It was one of the greatest moments of my life to that moment. Like, I don't know what the deal was. I'd have to go back to YouTube and watch it. But you hear, because we were horrible on commentating. And I'm like nudging Sully under the table. Like, get that angle over. Get that angle over. And did you any thoughts on Terry Funk coming in? Dude, I was a Funk mark. I loved me some Terry Funk. So Terry... It's me and Sully at the table. I cannot think of who the match is. It might have been Sandman, because I remember him being in the corner at some point, and I go to Sully. I kick Sully. I forget what he was supposed to say, and I go, like calling a spot at the table, and all of a sudden, I think Terry's just like, well, you. He picks me up. And he swings me. I'm sitting there going, I'm just going with I'm just going with the flow here. Whatever he does, I'm good. And he just hauls back, and it wasn't all that stiff. It looked great. It fucking looked great. Like when I see it back, I'm so proud. He was just, and he told me later, he was just frustrated at all the newness and what he thought was capabilities or potential. That's the word I want to use. Potential. And he was very nice. Terry could not have been nicer.
He was always so nice.
Yeah, and because I thought I fucked up. I thought, oh man, I just got hit by Terry Funk. I must have done something really bad. And if I did, I want to apologize to whomever. And just make it right and just be respectful. Because I got it. I mean, I understood. You know, some people didn't necessarily, but I understood that it was all about respect. I would have done anything. Terry said, "I'm going to cut your arm off." All right, if you say so, because it's going to go somewhere because you're a legend. You know what I mean? I don't remember why he punched me, but I'm very flattered that I'm the very first Terry Funk punch in ECW. Oh yeah. Did Eddie and Funk have their beef with each other? No. Eddie wanted to go over on Terry for the King of Philadelphia. Did he actually? Who did Eddie go over? Mike? Who was the final?
I don't remember.
We had to go out. We had to buy trash cans. Yeah. We had to buy trash cans that day.
They ended up buying trash cans and all that stuff.
Oh my God. Yeah, but like I've got the kids in the back seat and I didn't have a lot of room. So, I'm like, let me drop the kids at the arena. I'll get one of the guys or the girls and I'll go get the cans. I forget. I thought that's who he went over because he really would have preferred to go over Lawler, of course.
Yeah. What was the name of the club on Delaware Avenue?
I know. Oh my God! With the water.
Was it the Aztec Club? Or
that's exactly what it was.
That's what it was?
I was trying to think about that yesterday because we were doing this thing one afternoon and somebody was going to go in the water.
Yeah.
I thought it should be me.
That would have been funny.
It was me and Tony. I wasn't marking. I think it was Sal. Would it have been Sal?
It ended up being Snuka and fucking AJ.
Yeah, I thought it was Jimmy. Yeah, but I didn't I never managed Jimmy.
Huh. Yeah, and then it ended up being AJ from the Super Destroyers. Like it was
AJ Petrucci.
Yeah.
Yep. Original assassin, or not? I don't know if he was an original.
He was original something. Yeah.
Super Destroyer.
I'm hoping to get them guys on here soon. It's been like touch and go.
AJ was driving a bus when he was working for us. He was driving a bus, and I think we used 2 different Super Destroyer number 2s over the early time. I think.
No.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I know AJ was the consistent.
As far as I know, it was always Doug.
Doug who?
Doug Stahl.
You're right. Now I know that name. I couldn't pull that name out of my ass.
Big Doug Stahl, yeah.
And he was there the whole time?
As far as I know. Gotcha. The whole time I was there, yeah.
AJ, I liked AJ, but AJ was the first one in Todd's ear.
I believe that.
AJ was the first one in Todd's ear. Todd calls me up one day. Hey, you got to go out and get the Halloween theme music. I had to go buy the music, find the cassette somewhere because there's no internet,
Yeah.
And, boom, 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 boom. All right, I got it. We're ready. I get the music for it now. Like, I would have done all that stuff all the time for them because we were partners. We were co-owners. I know Larry's not here to say it. I know Bob apparently is so loyal to Todd, and maybe he accepted it over the years.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so. I think Bob's just very honest. He'll say his true feelings no matter what. Because Bob actually, so when ECW closed up in 2001, I was promoting at the time. I was like I was trying to go full force. Philly? I was doing Philly and Delco and Chester County. I was trying to do a circuit like every week. Trying to do a show every week, and I was fucking bleeding my wallet bad, fast. But Bob was like pitching in and trying to help me. And Bob brought in Al Perez. We made Al Perez the champion, and yeah, we
Don Morocco was a Bob guy.
yeah.
Perez. I know he had a couple guys that were, you know, they'd stay at his place.
Yeah.
Put them up and everything like that. Yeah. Yeah, it saved money. I mean, you know, that's how we brought in Don. I managed Don for a good while. Remember, fuck, I got in trouble for it. Remember Dick Graham?
Yeah.
The old Prism announcer?
Yeah.
We're doing an interview. It's me and Don. And I snatch his toupee. I got to look that one up and see which video that is. But I have it. And it didn't come off. I just snatched it. Hey. Probably bad heat, but I did it.
That's hysterical.
That was stupid. Don popped. One night, Jim Neidhart, his whole gimmick back in the day was that little beard, the triangle beard that he had.
Yeah.
And he was working with me. Who was he working against? Mike Kalua. And we turned on him.
Okay.
We were going to turn on him. And I said, is there any chance I can cut that beard off? Just part of it. Like, Bob Smith was there that night. You know who Bob Smith was? Photographer, one of the wrestling guys.
Yeah, remember? Yeah.
Apter wasn't there. George wasn't there. Bob Smith was there, and his word was good with Apter and them getting them pictures. And I said to him, yo, we're getting a little notice here. You might want to think about it. I won't cut it all off, but if we're going to turn, it's another way to come back, because otherwise I don't know if this is a one-off. And it was. We didn't bring him back. Why bother bringing him back? We turned on it. The booking was horrible. It didn't make any sense.
Right.
So, why spend that money? It was what it was. Hey, I got a question. TWA.
Yes.
I fancy myself, at least back in the day, as a friend of Joel's, and not so much a confidant with finishes, because if I didn't need to know, I didn't want to know. I love the business, but some things I needed to know because what was going on, ring announcer, music, yada yada yada. My guys working the security. Buddy versus Buddy.
Okay.
Any clue what the finish was going to be?
We talked about this the other night with Joel.
Okay. I say Buddy pins him, it's over. It's just done, blah, 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 blah. But Nature Boy wins, you can come back. Even if you just kill him or something. What was the plan?
The plan initially, as this was all getting situated and booked, the initial plan was supposed to be Landell versus Flair, because that's when Flair was going through his time in between.
They put the belt on Barrett.
Yeah. But then when he signed with Vince, then it turned to Landell and Rogers. And Landell wanted to put Rogers over.
Really? Well, I love Buddy, by the way. Buddy was one of my favorite people in TWA.
Yeah. So that was the plan. They were going to put Buddy Rogers over, make him the champ, and Landell wanted Rogers to just squash and destroy him the whole match. And he was going to put him over. And then Buddy was going to come back next match and take the belt back. Gotcha.
Yeah. Would have loved to see it. Would have loved to have been part of that.
Yeah.
That's one of my wrestling regrets. And if that was the finish, I want to see it in my mind. I need somebody to do it AI. You know what I mean? Put that match together. I loved Buddy Landell. He was a good guy to hang out with.
He was
He
crazy.
he could put the booze back, brother. Buddy, sweet guy.
When I was promoting, I was running this firehouse in Glen Olden, and I brought Buddy in, and he spent 4 days at my house.
Nice.
No.
No.
No. 2 of those days he went missing.
Of course.
Yeah.
That's not surprising.
At the first night, I ended up, like, it got so out of hand, I left him at the bar.
Wow.
And I was living like in Glen Mills area at the time. We were at a bar in Aston.
Yeah.
Like 2:30 in the morning, person's knocking. I don't even know how he found my house. Person's knocking on my door. This was in 2001. Knocking on my door. I'm on my couch. I get up, and a fireman is at my front door at Buddy Landell, all fucked up.
Buddy was a character, man.
Absolute character.
Buddy was a character. I enjoyed him so much. Just I don't know why. I mean, he was a good worker. Had a great look, obviously, with that. You know how the story goes. Wasted talent.
Yeah.
You know, he could have.
He had a good. You know what it was? He truly did have a good heart to him.
He did.
He really
absolutely did. He was such a good guy.
Yeah.
We and again we would hang out after. Dude, it was a Sunday or whatever. I think we worked Market Street Live. And where you want to go? I'm like, go a couple places, bro. Like, what do you want? I just want to go. Let's go. All right, buddy, let's go. And he was just that kind of guy. He was just, I don't think anybody couldn't get along with him except for maybe Dusty and Flair and
right. And you know what? They probably got along with him, but it was just not on a
hard
business.
to work with him.
Yeah.
Hard to work with him.
Do you watch
today's matches? If so, do you like to watch? Or who do I like to watch? Oh, so I do watch. I am up on the current product.
Okay.
The booking in AEW sucks.
Mm-hmm.
I watched Sting's final match on TikTok.
Okay.
The last pay-per-view I bought, I wasn't a massive Punk fan, but I bought the pay-per-view where he came in and Daniel Bryan came in and maybe Adam Cole all the same night, like 2 years ago. That's my pay-per-view. I watch Peacock. I have that. So I watch all events or, WWE.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Balor nut. I love Finn Balor. I think the Bloodline storyline has been good. It got down for a while. They need to spruce it back up. And what's going on with like Meng's kid, Haku's kid? Didn't he just leave like New Japan? I mean, are we going to get a Solo Sikoa moment where Cody's about to win and all of a sudden Solo came in and, cost him the match last year? Don't they? Isn't Meng? Because they're also Bloodline. Mm-hmm. Or are you going to say that you're Tonga or, whatever? I love the storyline. I love I think the guy, the Paul brother, Jake Paul,
Logan Paul.
It's a shame he is so effing good.
Isn't he?
Oh, my God.
Amazing.
Oh, my God. It's surprising how he has picked it up, stayed healthy. Oh, I tore my ACL after the one show, whatever. But what an athlete. And what a marketer. When he did the frog splash off the top rope onto Roman, he had the camera with him.
Yeah.
That's genius. And now the other brother's fighting Mike Tyson.
Yeah. Yep.
So, I mean, it's publicity and shit. Randy Orton. I miss Randy Orton. I got into RK Bro. I liked that. Just because they're good teams and they were working with good teams. Some of the teams I haven't gotten into yet, the Vikings or whatever. But yeah, I follow the product and I like it. I love Balor. Following Seth, Cody, the whole story, Rock. What do you think is going to happen on WrestleMania? Do you think they're going to do a tag match one night? Do you think they're going to go Cody Rock one night, Cody Roman the next night?
It's funny because I really haven't watched in like 20 years.
No.
Yeah, because it got to a point where when I watch, I want to get involved. And the wrestler in me, the booker in me starts going fucking nutso. Yeah. So I shut it down, but then I started watching again. I watched the Royal Rumble and I watched Elimination Chamber, but I haven't watched Raw or nothing like that.
Yeah,
but
I have trouble with Raw sometimes and SmackDown.
I mean, if they were smart, they should do the tag one night and then they should do the tag on Saturday.
Yeah.
Is it Saturday and Sunday, I guess they're doing?
And then Cody and Roman on Sunday.
Yeah.
If that's what they're going to do. Or are they going to, I'm curious. I want to see what they do with the chick, Jade Cargill. They're going to put her with the EST.
They seem like they're not even sure what they're going to do yet with her.
Yeah. Why even put her at the Rumble until you're ready?
Yeah.
And if she's training all this time, because she wasn't ready when she left AEW, great look, great presentation. No body of work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's got to get better, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But they should have just left her in the background and be a surprise monster almost, or,
The one I keep saying that's impressed me the most out of the whole company is Bayley.
The way that she's turned. And
overall, everything about that girl, I've seen stuff from her from a few years back. Every time I've seen her in the ring has just impressed the fuck out of me. I don't know what it is.
She seems like she's gotten a little thicker, and I'm not trying to body shame.
Yeah, she has.
As you get older, you do, obviously.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem like she's lost anything, though.
Right.
I love Asuka. I love the Japan.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Bayley, she got so burned out. She got, I don't know if she was oversaturated, but she was just stale. She needed to just go away for a bit, and now coming back, I think she's great. You knew she was going to turn, and choose her partner, whatever it was.
Right.
Becky Lynch, who's she working with? Oh, Rhea Ripley. Holy shit. They have a female Hulk Hogan right now in their midst.
Yeah.
She's getting some serious love. And she seems like a nice person who's adapting well.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Man, is she good though? She gets it. Her work is all right. She needs more matches still probably, but she is just so on and so over. And her and Flair would be great, but the whole injury thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do you feel when you see Paulie come out?
First off, the whole bloodline thing and Roman Reigns does absolutely zero for me, and I don't get it. I don't understand the hype, and I'm missing everything. I don't even his in-ring work. I don't.
When does he work?
Yeah, I don't know why they've had the belt on him for this long. I'm amazed.
Just like Brock. You have an absentee champion.
Yeah.
No good.
Yeah.
No bueno.
So on that note of no bueno, Steve, this has been fucking amazing, man.
Chubby, this has been cathartic. I thank you, Dr. Chubby. I thank you for putting up with my hesitation to talk. Even tonight, my hesitation.
Yeah, I know. You try to deflect at times and go in other directions. It's all right.
Yeah, but I mean, this, I told my story like one guy asked, said, sent to the back, never seen from again. So to me, I knew that it was planned, and why are you still having me be? Why are you still having me being so loyal when you're getting ready to break my heart and not break my heart, quit me, fire me, whatever.
Yeah.
Again, I've never been fired except for ECW. The Army upset me, but I knew I had to go. It wasn't their fault.
Yeah.
They didn't want me to go. They're not like, you suck, you gotta get. They're like, dude, we don't know what to do with you. Your kids have a medical issue. You're a great soldier, but you can't. You need civilian life kind of for this.
Yeah.
And that, I felt not fired, but it is what it is. Chubby, this was amazing, my guy. I thank you so much.
I thank you, man. I hope this truly helps you with. Yeah, I know this is rough for you.
Well, no, you know what I mean. I'm not going to know right now, obviously, because I'm only in a room with you. All my kids are going to watch this probably. Some of my employees at different places are probably going to watch this, and they just see me as this intimidating, loud, energetic guy, and not intimidating in a bad way, just because I'm just so like it's like I have Red Bull in my veins. Thank you, even though I arrived late. Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Stevie Wonder, for all that you have done in the industry. Hey, man, thank you for watching the industry, because all I ever wanted to do was just be a part of it. I didn't know what part. I just wanted to have friends like Chubby, like Jay Soley, like Kathy Fitz, like all those people. And this industry afforded me that. When I lost my family in the military, I didn't lose them. We're still in contact, but I don't get to see them. Yeah. We don't get to tell the stories as often as, and to have some of the silly stories that we have. So this has been amazing for me. I was so scared, straight up, brother. I've lost sleep. Last night I had trouble sleeping. I literally said to somebody yesterday, I said, I think I need to possibly not do this, because I got got this going on, and my hand's shaking, like I don't know. And then all of a sudden you text me or you put something on Facebook. I'm like, shit. I wasn't really going to do it. I wasn't going to back out late. I just needed to say it for my mental health. And then you posted that, and I laughed. And you've been making me laugh all week for a week and a half. So it's been such an amazing ride with you, my guy. I wish you nothing but success doing this, getting all the people that you want to talk to. You're the easiest guy to talk to. You just have a great vibe, and I just feel you have a great soul, and I appreciate you giving me the time and the forum to cleanse my soul. And that's what I'm trying to do. We'll see if it happens. I said all the bad things I needed to say. Do I know where some bodies are buried? Yes, I do. But that doesn't keep me up at night.
Yeah.
What happened has kept me up at night, just because of my family, and I want to be their rock. And I don't mean Dwayne, I don't mean Kevin.
Yeah.
I want to, and I just felt weak. I just felt very weak.
Now here comes the therapist to me. Do you think you would discuss this now after all these years with any of your kids that were there that night, that day?
They were all Caitlin wasn't born yet. Two of them are nurses. One's a boss. One's just a mom of a bunch of my grandkids. I had 10 grandkids, by the way.
Whoa!
Yeah,
congratulations.
I don't know about all that. Christmas time. We'll see. It's going to be interesting going into work, because my people don't see moments of weakness in me. I don't think they've ever seen a moment of weakness. And
Do they even know about the whole? Did they know about the Stevie Wonderful thing? It sounds like you kind of kept it quiet.
No. There's a big restaurant in town called Winnie's. Been there for years and years, and their managers come in, and I love these guys. They know, he's like, so they know, and they know that I don't advertise it. I don't try to glom off it. It's part of my life, and now maybe it's a part of my life that I can openly discuss better.
Good.
Bad ending. It's not. I don't know if it's on YouTube. I've never looked. I've never looked for anything. When I looked I've looked on YouTube for Stevie Wonderful. And thank God Stevie Wonder comes up all the time. So I don't have to. But somebody sent me this thing today. Let me end with this. Voices of Wrestling. One of my cooks sent it to me today. One of my bosses in the kitchen. And she said she found a video, I guess on YouTube. And it's the Voices of Wrestling. Can I find this? Read this. Is the funniest thing. He's just, I think I was telling you, he's just ripping me, but I think he actually enjoyed it. He goes, the words are, shut up. Come on, where's the words? Oh no, I need the words, because it was saying these two were fantastically horrible, charismatically great, or like he was putting in like compliments, because Sully and I, if we had tried or if we had known what the fuck we were doing, we could have been okay and had fun with it. And this guy, he goes at the end, watch him rubbing his hands, wait for the end, the finger point, and I go, yeah, the championship tonight. What am I supposed to do tonight? Stupid. But I don't know if he was making fun of me or not. And so Caitlin posted something on Instagram, and I found his Instagram page, and I tagged him. So I don't know if he watched in tonight or watch in later, but I did Voices of Wrestling. He didn't call me names. He was acting like we were underrated and good, and one said, "Oh, better than anything going today." Whatever. Just Sully being stupid. Flair. He said to me yesterday, "You used to call my answer machine and sound like Kevin Sullivan." Flair. I can't do it now. And then he would call back, Sting. Remember the Black Scorpion when it was old?
Yeah.
We would just leave that on each other's answering machines. Yeah, we were morons, college grad morons, whatever.
Funny.
Yeah, but that's friendship, and you've reconnected that friendship, and I couldn't be happier, my brother. Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing.
We got to do this again. Whatever it is you want to do, we're going to do a TWA thing at my house.
I'm going to do a TWA thing on here and get everybody on here.
Oh,
but
awesome.
I'm going to do different scenarios and stuff.
Sure.
With mix the guys up. We'll do one with you and Jay, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with this.
I love it. I'll support whatever it is that you want. You supported my as I told you, mental health issues are a big thing in my life.
Sure.
I feel a certain way at times, and it's very hard to get out. So we'll see what today brings. It was a bottle and a half of tequila, and I don't even think I'm slurring my words.
I'm jealous I didn't get it anymore. I had a little bottle. It wasn't enough.
Well, then I had a little bit of 42. That was good.
Your music. Is there anywhere anybody can find your music? Or
yeah, it's on the floor over there. There's boxes over there. No, not really right now. I ended up being in a cover band for the last 15, 20 years, whatever it was. I kind of sold my soul and agreed to play other people's music, but it paid the bills. And boy, did it pay the bills.
Yeah,
I got signed by Jägermeister, and I still have a relationship with them, with the bar, and then at La Roca. So that's it's just nice to have. And then the Terramana is actually funny because I have a relationship with them through Jaeger, and now it's the Rocks tequila and blah 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 blah. It's just a vicious cycle.
All right, so how many different places do you have?
Oh, why the IRS right now? I run.
No.
I run. Let me just say this. I run the Roca in Manayunk.
Okay.
There's a spot in Delco that at one point I was trying to put a dispensary. You remember the old RP McMurphy's?
Yeah, of course.
So I tried to buy that from Johnny Williams, Bubba. And my whole plan was to put a dispensary there. I had already given the government money to hold in escrow, but they play the lottery system. I don't know if you know how that works with the bullshit like that.
Okay.
Meaning, yeah, they might have $250,000, but we're just going to pull a name out, and now you're the next dispensary. At some point, I just had to say, adios, I need my money back.
Yeah.
We were going to put doctors on top of the dispensary.
Okay.
So that way you could go in, get your medical card. You wouldn't get it physically, but you could go and get it right there. And it would be mailed out immediately, mailed quicker to a doctor, and then you come into the dispensary. So that didn't work. So I'm looking at another place right now even. We were up at the Poconos. You familiar with the Poconos at all?
Not really.
There was a guy up there, and I got involved in a big club. And my friends thought, oh, he just hangs out at the Poconos all the time. Like, what the hell? No, there was a big restaurant. It's closed now. We just closed. Pub 570. It's on a golf course. You'd see bears walking on the golf course. It was pretty cool. But right now, in the restaurants, the only restaurant I own right now, at this very moment, is La Roca. Main Street, La Roca Manayunk. What is the website? LaRocaManayunk.com. I just put a new video up I literally just put a new video up from 76 of a drone coming into my building. And then Instagram, as you know. But yeah, I don't have any music out. The only thing I don't promote towing cars. We do that. We do everything. We, just business. I want to be Todd Gordon when I grow up. I want to be a legit businessman.
So you want to be
God? Yeah. I've never had anything handed to me though, and good for him. Good for him to, have something that he's maintained it. But start something on your own, because you didn't start ECW on your own, Todd. You didn't. It was me, Bob, and Larry, and you, and Todd. I mean, it was the four of us, and I know I kind of erased from history. Bothers me, but now I'll figure out how much it bothers me after tonight. And I'm not going to let it. I'm going to try not to. I'm sure I'll hear from Sully tomorrow. How you doing? I'll go, we'll see, bro. It's 12 hours or whatever. I like it, though. I appreciated you caring and Jay caring that this wasn't just a conversation for me. This was
I mean, anybody watching it can see it's very evident that this has been something that's been bothering you for years.
Yeah.
With every right. Don't get me wrong. Every fucking right to be.
All I want to be to my kids is their idol. Their father, their idol. That's all. That's all. That's all. I don't mind if they see me trip down the stairs. That's daddy being daddy.
Yeah.
I don't care if they see that I put on 2 wrong socks or I put on my backwards. But I was humiliated by men that I was in a business with.
Yeah.
And I didn't turn around and I was in school. I was a little kid and there adopted one leg longer than the other. I wasn't a kid in high school. So when I got a little bit bigger and joined the Army and knew how to lift, I learned to fight back, and I didn't that day. I don't regret it. This is my fight back. This is me fighting back, telling Jay, because I know Jay's going to watch at some point. tell him I could talk to him and tell him why that I thought he should have left, and I know that that's not right. That, but I was just so upset and so manic.
Sure,
I was completely manic, and just I couldn't get out of bed. Couldn't play the guitar. If I couldn't play the guitar, noodle all. I couldn't play. Up. W and you be blessed. Great weekend. That's amazing favorites.
and
I hope
even
you guys can to be friends with some of you. I had a lot of friends reach out on Facebook. I need to delete some people to make room because Facebook only gives you like an X amount of people. I think it's 5,000, and I probably have 4,500 fake friends or whatever it is, the old bands. So I got to make room for stuff. And then Brooke, I've been on. I think you've talked with Brooke. Brooke, gotta be careful. Like some of these people are my friends now.
yeah.
Don't confuse the two of just messages that I get. And
Love you, and I'm so glad we
I
reconnected.
love you.
And I can't wait to get up there and fucking just give you a big fucking hug and have
Dude,
tequila.
if you don't got a place to stay, right here. You have to shake daddy, baby. You and your fiance need a place to stay to come out so that we can do this little. We can always do a bigger reunion. I just want to keep this buzz going.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
absolutely.
And I just want to fucking let Joel know how much he means to so many of us.
Yeah.
Because he didn't get to hear it when he went out because the way he went out. But that's 30 years later and 32 years. Now to give him a hug and say thank you. Thank you for like seriously, just thank you for all of it.
Mhm.
I never thought I'd get back into it after I left Austria and Germany. I was good with that. And then Joel and awesome. So yeah, we got to do this, brother. We got to do this.
Absolutely. We're going to do it.
I love it. Anything you need, you got my number. Any time of the day, reach out. Sometimes I'm slow getting back. I get that, but I'm here.
Awesome.
Just as if we were sitting on the same bench in the locker room and one of us had a question for the other one. How do we do this? Should we do? I'm here for you, and I know you're here for me.
Absolutely.
Love you, brother.
Love you, bro. Have a great night.
You too.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Peace. All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. 5.5 hours with Stevie. Wonderful. It's freaking amazing. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. That was a deep one. That was really a deep interview. Go down below. Make sure you hit the subscribe button. Plenty more interviews coming up. More watch-alongs of ECW TV and just tons of stuff coming along. So I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Have a great night, everybody. Talk to you soon. And pretty soon we'll be getting extreme.